Good morning, Commissioners. This is public hearing, public meeting of October 11th, 2016. I'd like to take the roll. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi. Here. Commissioner Shamir Baran. Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to shuffle around just a little bit. Starting with page 2, we're going to be looking at item number 3. This is docket number 19-2648, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1496, lot 11, 15 East 84th Street in the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. House designed by Renwick, Aspinwall, and Owen and built in 1899, altered in 1928 by Adam Lanfear Norris in the Neo-Italianate Renaissance style. Application is to install temporary signage.
Hey, Commissioners, good morning. Jared Nelson, the Preservation Staff. So this is an application for 15 East 84th Street. This is NYU Gallery. The proposal is to install banners, temporary installation of banners in a temporary manner at two slide to the existing condition at the windows flanking the entranceway. Say, so at these locations, there's iron grills on the windows. The proposal is to clip these banners onto the iron grill for a period not exceed for a period a year. The applicants are here, and we'll go through the proposal more fully.
Thanks, Jared. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rob Goldrich. This is Gretchen. We're Gretchen's from the Institute for the Study of the Ancient World, which is what this building is. I'm from the Leon Leading Foundation. We own the building and fully fund the Institute. We're having an exhibition this year, which is very, very unusual in that it's going to last from October, starting next week, to basically 2 semesters of NYU. We normally have exhibitions which only last 1 semester. This is a much bigger exhibition. A lot more items are in it, so that's why we're having it last a longer period of time. So every time we have an exhibition, it falls within the rules that we don't have to go through the formal process. We go through a much more a minimized process where we're going to hang the banners, as Jared said, on the windows as we always have. These are the windows. They just go over the windows, and they'll only be up for 6 months. They'll come down it comes down immediately after the show is over. So this rendering here, actually, we tried to get them to fit right on the windows. Those are actually much bigger than what it's going to look like. And that's basically what what it entails. We went to the community board. I think you've probably seen the results. We presented this presentation, and I'm not sure what kind of questions you have.
That's fine, Rob. Are there any questions? Yes.
They'll be behind the trees, so they'll be even less prominent than in this illustration.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes. I think of the trees.
Different banners at the exhibition for the past 3 years.
Okay. All right. Great. Any other questions? Okay. We'll take testimony. Are there any speakers on this item? Yes. Please come forward.
Good morning, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Our Preservation Committee did not take issue with this temporary sign installation. The proposed signs, although large, will not exceed past the size of the existing windows and will only be attached with plastic ties, thus will not affect any historic material. The signs will be unobtrusive and will help to draw in the community for an educational experience. Friends supports this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, great. So we can close the hearing. All right. I think this seems very straightforward. Right. It's in fact, very limited signage, and it's limited to 2 places. It's being clipped to the ironwork. I don't think it's going to damage any historic fabric, and it's for 6 months to a year. Okay, great. We can then move to decision. Jeannie, do you want to read that? Okay.
Okay, in the matter of docket 19-2648, 15 East 84th Street, the Metropolitan Museum Historic District, a house designed by Renwick, Aspinwall, and Owen, and built in 1899 and altered in 1928 by Adam Lanfear Norris in the Neo-Italianate Renaissance style. Application is to install temporary signage. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed installation is temporary and will only be in place for less than a year, that the installation of the banners will not cause damage to the significant architectural features of the building, and that the banners will be attached to the iron window grills with plastic clips, which will not require any permanent alterations to the grills nor penetrations to the masonry walls, and thus the historic building fabric will remain unchanged following the banner's removal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move to the first public meeting item on the agenda, which is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193641. This is 246 West 11th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style row house built in 1842. The application is to amend an approval to construct a rooftop addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Corey Harala, Preservation staff. This application was recently presented for work at the facades, roof, and rear of the building. There were approvals for various elements at the front facade in working with staff. Those are still being worked out, as well as work at the studio dormer at the front, which is also being worked out at staff at this time. So the application before you is actually to propose a rear dormer addition on the rear-facing slope of the pitched roof. Here is the prior version of the application showing the front facade additions, and then flipping to the axonometric drawings. You can see at the front, on the left, there's the dormer, the historic dormer that is going to be retained, repaired, rebuilt in kind. And at the back, what the applicants are now proposing, which is a second dormer addition on the rear-facing slope. With that, I'll turn it over to the team to go over the few details.
We'll reopen the hearing.
So my name is Hillary Kroll from Incorporated Architecture and Design. So on the first few pages, we just have some historic photos, the existing and conditions of the front and rear. So here you can see the existing facade and the proposed facade on the our previous proposal and the current proposal. And here we have an existing axonometric of the house. So you can see with our proposal on the right, we've maintained the current ridge line, which I think was something that was important in maximizing the roof surface. This was our previous proposal, and on the left side and on the right is the current proposal. You can see we've removed the roof terraces, so you get as much roof surface as possible. And we pushed this dormer to the rear portion of the roof to eliminate the visibility from the street. So this is no longer visible from the street. Additionally, we've got inspired by the skylight shape, this dormer shape, and that's what you can see that we've done on this rear side. The roof footprint is also smaller. We've minimized that to what's required for the mechanical equipment. So that's about it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay. In that case, we can close the hearing. Right. You may recall that when we saw this the first time, the changes that they were proposing at that time was taking away the studio dormer, and So this was clearly, I think, a feature that is part and parcel of Greenwich Village and adds to its history, and I think the commissioners really felt that they should retain it. So I think their proposal does respond to that sort of overriding issue that the commissioners had, that we also heard testimony on as well. Are there other comments? Okay, and I think just in terms of the rear yard extension, if you look at this donut, again, it's somewhat different from the others where you have a very clear donut, and it seems that they've done other things which typically the commission will support, which is to retain the fourth floor line and set it back so that you could keep the historic rear wall still legible. Any issues? Yes, you want to?
Yeah, just one note of clarification. The rear yard addition was actually approved at the original public hearing.
Oh, I see.
Taking into account the cumulative effect, that portion hasn't been approved.
Okay, all right.
It's just the dormer on the rear facing slope.
Got it, okay. Commissioners were fine with it, then we can move to decision. John, if you'd like to read that.
In the matter of docket number 19-3641, 246 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to amend an approval to construct a rooftop addition. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed dormer addition and rooftop mechanical equipment will not be visible over the primary facade and will be only minimally visible from a narrow gap at West 4th Street and will not detract from the building or the streetscape. That the proposed dormer addition will be constructed on the rear-facing slope of the pitched roof and will maintain the base, top, and sides of the pitched roof around the dormer, thereby preserving a sense of the original roof line. That the massing and design of the dormer addition, featuring zinc cladding and a large assembly of multi-light metal casement windows, will be evocative of studio windows and dormers, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we are going to stay on page 2. We're going to hearing item number 1. This is docket 19-0406, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 180, Lot 7504, 11 Harrison Street in the Tribeca West Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style store and loft building designed by Thomas R. Jackson and built in 1893. Application is to modify the existing rooftop addition and raise the height of the parapet.
Okay, flipping around here. I don't know if this is that complicated.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline K. Levy from the Conservation Department. The application before you, 11 Harrison Street, is for enlarging an existing penthouse and extending the rooftop parapet. There's a mock-up in place, and this is the location. And this is the extent of the work. The shaded area is the new brick, and behind it is an existing rooftop addition that was enlarged, and the applicant is here to present.
Hello, I'm Josh Weisler with TBD Architecture. I'll introduce it pretty well. Should I start from the beginning or start right at this slide? Back to the beginning. This is the facade of the building. There's a separate application going on right now to repoint the facade. It's not part of this application. That's why it's under scaffold currently. This is looking at the corner from Greenwich Street. You can see a bit of our existing penthouse. Our penthouse is on the south side of this elevator bulkhead. This is an existing parapet. We are proposing to bring the parapet up to the height of these piers, straight across the back here. The original model was actually built for a slightly lower, but then after initial review, we decided it might be cleaner to make it one size parapet straight across to about the area of this chimney. This is the neighbor's chimney, which will come up to match the height of the new parapet. The penthouse currently, which you see behind the orange fence, is built not on top of the parapet, but on top of wood joists set in from the parapet, right inside the wall. So we're redoing the structure so that it's all integrated into the masonry wall. Additionally, filling in where there's an existing pipe rail and bringing that brick line straight across with the matching brick, matching coping, and same on the back. So bringing that existing parapet straight across. We're showing a rail here. There's no intended use for that roof, but we're sort of anticipating that DOB may require a rail up there. That rail set back 2 feet from the edge of the roof. This is the existing elevator bulkhead in the back. This is a section through the existing penthouse. You can see there's an existing spiral staircase up this bulkhead. The bulkhead right now is framed in 2x4s. It's very strangely built. And we're increasing the size of this so we can get a straight run stair clear of the bulkhead. And it extends about 2 joist bays to the south. This is a section for the other half of the penthouse where currently there's a sloped skylight. You can see the area that we're moving, and we're coming straight up. The gray area is the brick parapet beyond that faces towards Greenwich Street. So again, this is the height of the existing dunnage for the elevator bulkhead and those 2 piers. And we're bringing our roof line to be in line with that existing dunnage. So basically our roof structure envelops those two steel beams, and that's the height of the new roof structure. As you can see, it's sort of built off the side of the parapet. This is the neighbor to the east, which was recently done an addition, 2-story addition in the penthouse. So we're going to reframe this penthouse so that it sits on top of our masonry wall, right up against the other masonry wall, so there's a gap between the 2 buildings. Again, it's been a long time since the building's been worked on. All the parapets have been waterproofed a few times. It's leaking into the existing 7th floor unit right now. This is the side facing west. So we're replacing these railings with masonry parapets to line up with this. So this is currently used as a roof deck. It's not a very safe roof deck, besides the fact that the parapets are starting to tip over and need to be replaced. It was actually what sort of spawned this whole project. And right now they sort of have to replace all the parapets and chimneys on this roof. So that's a building condo project. And while it's happening, the penthouse unit owner is going to renovate their penthouse while the work is going on.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay, do we have any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Right. Amber, did we get the community board? Okay, I thought it was for the last one. Okay. All righty. Community board 1 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments or any concerns? Right, so the raising of the parapet is on the side wall, and in fact, it's sort of eclipsed by buildings that are behind it as well. Okay. All right. Adi? Sure.
In the matter of 11 Harrison Street in Tribeca West Historic District, it's a Renaissance Revival-style store and loft building designed by Thomas R. Jackson and built in 1893, and the application is to modify the existing rooftop addition and to raise the height of the parapet. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that raising the height of the parapet wall will not damage or destroy any significant architectural or historic features of the building, that the bricks used for the parapet wall extension will match the brick on the rest of the facade in size, shape, color, and texture, and will blend seamlessly with the sidewall, that raising the parapet will serve to obscure the visibility of the modified existing rooftop addition, as well as to create a code-compliant railing for the roof. That changing the height of the parapet will not detract from the roofscape, given that the historic district contains parapets of various heights, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Tribeca West Historic District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, we'll move to public. The hearing item number 2 on your agenda, it's an application for Certificate of Appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184054. This is 157 East 78th Street, the 157 East 78th Street house, an individual landmark. This is a vernacular house with an Italianate style influences, built in 1861. The application is to install rooftop mechanical equipment.
Good morning, Commissioners. I Coastal Preservation Staff, and I present to you an application for 157 East 78th Street, building right here. This individual landmark is located between Lexington and 3rd Avenue. The application is to extend the flue of the existing chimney, make it operable following building code and engineering requirements. The flue will be visible from the southeast at 78th Street. Eric Hammerberg from JWE Engineering and the consultant of this project will explain this application further to you.
Good morning. As Egbert mentioned, it's an individual landmark. This is the location on the Sanborn map. An aerial view that was taken by Google during the construction of the adjacent building. This is the project site. The adjacent building were 3 buildings demolished and replaced with a 16-story apartment building that was recently completed. This is that new building that was recently completed, large brick building. My client's building is here, has the mansard that was added after original construction. And you can see from the street view, these photos were all taken after, during our mock-up. So the mock-up is actually in place, but you realize that you can't see it from straight on axial view to the facade. To the left and to the right, there are existing chimneys in place. They were raised during when this mansard was added, so those are historic. Cross-section view of the building. At the top is the existing construction. You can see that this is the location of the 2 frontmost chimney. These only serve non-used or non-functioning fireplaces. There is a ventilation stack on this one, but they are not used for fireplace use at all. The area in concern is in the rear here. This is existing conditions, showing 2 heights for the boiler and for the water heater. The lower cross-section view is our proposed view and showing the extension of the chimneys for proper ventilation and mechanical service. Some slightly close view elevation drawings. The 2 on the left, this is the front view existing, rear view existing. Then the next two is the front view proposed and the rear view proposed. You can see that the chimney stacks are in elevation quite visible, but you'll see from the photographs later on that they're not quite so overbearing. Mechanical engineers drawing showing that we angled the chimneys towards the back wall to be less visible to the street. Obviously, this tends to raise the chimneys a little bit more because of the angle of the flue. The minimum angle of the flue from our mechanical engineer's perspective was 30 degrees. Normally, these are run at 45, but he felt because it's an 8-inch flue and it's a low temperature, as long as we kept it at 30 degrees and at least 15 feet away from the adjacent building, the service would be fine.
Can I just ask you, if your engineer said 30 degrees is the minimum. If you make it more of an acute angle, what happens? Can you do, like, add mechanical ventilation or something to be able to, I guess, what I'm trying to get at is that can you have something that's more parallel versus inclined that will be less visible?
You lose draft if you lower.
Right, the problem is
You lose draft.
You lose the speed of the gases, so it cools, and it will tend to cause a problem of backdraft under certain windy conditions.
Condensate as well.
Exactly, that's the other concern, is if it cools, it condenses, and then it just causes, you have very acidic condensate that will tend to deteriorate things.
Okay.
Obviously, the other option would be to run the chimney up the side of the adjacent building. The adjacent building is roughly 120 feet taller than my client's building. And the stack effect from that would be the opposite. And that was the biggest concern, and that is one of the things that I pushed actually against, was putting a chimney on the side of the adjacent building, because my client's house functions beautifully right now. You know, there's no ongoing leaks. He does not have, window problems, masonry problems, leaks anywhere of importance that would relate to that. If you change that and you put a flue up the side and you increase the airflow, the negative pressure on the facade could change dramatically. And we just did not want to entertain that. And he really pushed against a strong mechanical intervention, flues and dampers, things like that. We were looking for a more passive approach, and we felt that we've met a relatively happy medium with this approach. So here we are at 30 degrees. We pushed it from the normal 45 degrees. We're down to 30 degrees, but the code does require, as anybody in construction knows, a rule of thumb is most chimneys need to be 3 feet taller than anything within 10 feet, any structure within 10 feet of it. Well, we have a building that we couldn't entertain that. The code has a calculation in it that allows, relative to the diameter and the temperature of the flue gases, there's a calculation that pushed us to about 14'3". So we rounded up to 15 feet away from the adjacent building. That's how we got to the 15 feet. So this is a series of photographs that will show you the visibility of the mock-up. The mock-up here, we're online with the east wall of my client's building. You don't see anything, primarily because the existing chimney and cap that is there is really blocking part of it. So we move forward a little bit further to the east, and obviously we did this in the summertime, so the trees are in the way, but you can see the orange netting, the top of that orange netting is 17 feet. We did a little closer view of it, and you can begin to see it, but you see how it does align with the adjacent chimney that's already there. The other thing to note is there is a mechanical unit on the neighbor's building that will initiate the first cutoff, visual cutoff, as you walk further east. A little more further east, obviously through the trees, but you can see the chimney, the orange netting up here through the trees. A little closer view of the same thing. It tends to be somewhat below that forefront chimney. So, related examples of buildings that are within your purview, within your jurisdiction. This site are 4 houses at 208 to 212 East 78th Street, individual landmarks. And not to poke anyone in the eye, but you can see there's a few chimneys on the the westmost house Actually, I think these are two houses. This is the next one. But this is the farthest to the west, quite visible from the street. The next building over, quite visible from the street. And this is taken from across the street as well. Another building, this is in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is 112 East 78th Street, so we're talking within a block or two of my client's building. Hard to see it. It is shiny stainless, and the lighting wasn't good, but you can see that it's visible from the street as well. This is a material sample board. Really, we're just talking a stainless steel flue. The one thing that we are changing was, instead of a highly reflective, if you've noticed, these chimneys tend to be very highly polished stainless steel. We are brushing the stainless to a mill finish or a number 4 brush finish. This is a sample of a mill finish. Obviously, this would be any of our other sheet metal work and cap and things like that, but those flue liners are highly polished, and the community board really asked for that, and my experience with stainless, I know that's not a problem, so we're proposing that as well. So here we go back to the roof or air view from Google Earth. The blue trapezoid, roughly trapezoid, shows the area where the chimney would really be visible. Once you get farther east, the mechanical unit and also the cornice line of the adjacent building start to cut that off. And finally, this is an enhanced view of the building drawn through the trees. This bluish gray sketch shows what the chimneys would look like. And again, here's the mechanical unit and the cornice line and the existing chimney. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Diana? And then
I'd just like the applicant to comment on if their opinion about the color of the flue, whether darker, lighter, what's less visible, and why you chose what you did.
That's an interesting question. It's always one of those things you kick around. You walk around most historic cities and you see this sort of rusted or painted black steel pipe, and you say, well, that's visually receding. And then you look at stainless, and at other times that's visually receding. Painting obviously is a potential maintenance issue. And also I have done a lot of work on the Chrysler building, and if you look at that during different times of the day, the spire tends to disappear sometimes, other times it tends to be accentuated. So I think it's a balance that one just needs to say, what's real? The eye sees this as a non-historic item. I think it's visually receding, especially if we make it duller. So it will tend to reflect the color of the sky more. That's what stainless does often. And there will be times when it's not as opportune as other times.
Okay. Michael?
I'm trying to find out, what are the diameters of these things?
The larger one is 8-inch inside diameter, so it's roughly 11 to 12-inch outside diameter. It's just an insulated flue.
Your rendering actually shows it larger than it will.
I'm actually showing both, so one overlaps the other. So yeah, it does look larger.
The other thing I would say is that I was going to ask you about the brush finish. That's great, because it will each of those grooves will get filled
and
with
it'll
soot.
shine into your eye and
These things
blind
will
you.
disappear within 6 months.
Okay, are there other questions? We'll take testimony. Elizabeth Fagan?
Hi, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. It is unfortunate that such a large chimney flue extension is what is needed to meet code requirements at this row house. Although the flues will not be very visible during the warmer months, our Preservation Committee worries about the visibility of these flues in the winter once the trees have lost their leaves. From further east along 78th Street, the roof of this building is very visible. Our Preservation Committee suggests that the applicant work with the LPC to reduce the size and potential visibility of these flues. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC wishes to make a suggestion for an alternative approach to the proposed chimney flue, which is quite compatible with what the chair had suggested earlier. The proposed flue, though it rises at the minimum angle required, appears to hang awkwardly in midair. However, if a mechanical fan operation were to be employed at the end of the flue could be flattened completely. Such an approach is not unheard of in New York City and would enable the flue to be invisible to the rear neighbors. Our committee also feels that if the suggested fan operation is not desired, incorporating the flue along the wall of the adjacent building would be preferable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. Community Board 8 recommends approval. And actually, they do note that the architect stated that they would be using a matte finish instead of a polished finish. Do you want to respond to that, just that comment about the mechanical?
I don't think so. I think I made my point.
Okay. All right. Yes, Kim.
I'm not sure if it's a comment or a question, but I do understand the code is kind of difficult, to say the least, in this situation. But what happens if the guy next to him builds again? It's like, there's potential that it would have to be moved again. If he puts another floor on the guy next door, he'd have to move it again, and I don't know where he can move it.
You're talking about on the new building or that side?
To the right.
Suppose they put a mansard up or something
Yes.
similar.
And then we just have to move it again. And it's like...
Yes, do you want to respond? Yes.
These are a row of 5 individually designated landmarks.
Right.
The building immediately to the east of it has received an addition. It's recessed from the front facade. It would have to, obviously would have to go through your table to be approved. That's number one. And even if they add an addition, even if you were to allow them another story, presumably, let's say round numbers, it would be 12 feet tall. My chimney is 17 feet. So we're still 5 feet above what would be in the adjacent building. Since my client has a mansard, the neighboring building didn't build a mansard in the late 1800s, but they added a setback addition. So they're already up 1 story. Even if they want another story, they would only supersede my client's building by roughly 12 feet. And we would still be 5 feet above that. So to answer that, I would think it would be very difficult for that to really happen, given that neighboring building is individually landmarked.
Okay. Yes.
This is a difficult situation. One's visceral response to it would be, can't we have a mechanical fan on the top of this thing? We've done that twice on historic buildings that have had condos built next to them, and in both situations, the mechanical fans failed within 4 months of installation. It's really a maintenance problem.
Okay.
They're difficult to get to once they're...
All right. Do we have any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? Well, I mean, these are situations that you have to sort of comply with the code requirements. And I guess in this particular case, they've tried to sort of minimize the visibility as much as they can. I think the other alternative seems, highly impractical to run these flues up the side of the building. But I think, this is something that the commission is probably going to come across occasionally. And one thing to think about when we see rooftop additions that affect flues of adjacent buildings is to think about that when we're even doing the first approval. I mean, this is a case where I think, next door building was probably done as of right, and there was no we were not involved in it. But we may find that situation, and it's worthwhile to think about the resolution of these flues vis-a-vis the enlargement that's before us or new construction before us, and the adjacent buildings and the impact it would have on their chimneys. But I think the idea in this particular case, using the matte finish, I think helps sort of...
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Diana, do you want to read into the record?
Yeah, there's no testimony, okay. Okay, in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184054, 157 East 78th Street, in 157 East 78th Street House, individual landmark. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the installation of the recommend approval, finding that the installation of the chimney flues will not eliminate any significant architectural or historic features of the building, that code requires that the flues be set back 15 feet from the adjacent 16-story building, and all possible locations at the roof have been explored in an attempt to diminish the visibility of the modified chimney installation. However, due to the building's location on the block and surrounding context of lower buildings, most of the roofscape is visible from the east. That the proposed flues will not be visible in conjunction with the primary facades when viewed from directly across the street. That the flues will be visible primarily from a limited view corridor along 78th Street and will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the landmark.
Second.
Yes.
Sorry. And that the proposed flues will be finished in a manner and color that blends with the surrounding roofscape.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move on to item number 4 on the public hearing agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176626. This is 211 West 138th Street, located within the St. Nicholas Historic District. This is a neo-Georgian style row house designed by Bruce Price and Clarence S. Luce and built in 1891. The application is to legalize and alter a rear yard garage building constructed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Catherine Redd, Preservation Department staff. The proposal is to legalize the construction of a garage at the rear of the property at 211 West 138th Street in St. Nicholas. As you heard, the garage is on the lot of the property and also on a private alley that extends through the block. The architect, Zoltan Saro, is here to describe the proposal to modify and legalize this garage.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
So as Catherine said, the building, the garage is part of the larger development along 7th and 8th Avenue in Harlem, portion of Manhattan, and along the 138th Street and 139th Street. This was the area is known as St. Nicholas Historic District and also known as Strivers Row. This district was designated by the New York City Preservation Commission in 1967 and was listed on National Register of Historic Places 1975. The original, for the presentation, I picked only a portion of it, one whole block, showing the buildings from 7th Avenue to 8th Avenue and between 138th Street and 139th Street. Development was built in 1891 and 1893 and recognizes an example of the late 19th century urban design. The houses sit back to back and they are sharing rear courtyard. The alleyways between them, Raritan and Manhattan, are gated off. You can see the red arrows represent the access from the avenues, and the yellow arrows are from the side streets. The yellow arrows pointing on gated entrances. On the right side is the current situation. Red color represent the built garages along the alleyways. When I can go back to the left side, even if developer was David King Jr. planned development for upper class,
quite missed the onset of automobiles and their invasion into the cities at the same time. This development relied only on carriages pulled by horses. No parking spaces were provided. Today, the back areas are used almost exclusively for parking. And you can see in the yellow color here, and remnants of the yellow brick historic wall survived, mainly only close to the block, to the 7th Avenue. Altogether, 46 garages were being built for 70 townhouses. This is the current view. The upper two pictures represent views from 7th Avenue and the 8th Avenue alley entries. And at the bottom, two pictures represent the side entries from both Street 138 and 139th Street. Some entrance gates still have signs that read private road, walk your horses. At one time, these alleys allowed discreet stabling of horses and delivery of supplies or refuse removal without disrupting activities in the main houses. On the right picture, the bottom right picture, you can see the current view from the alleyway, from the interior out, and the side entrances are not used for any traffic anymore. They are closed up. A little bit of the history. When St. Nicholas District was designated as a landmark, this the left picture represents the view from approximately 1960s, and it's close to the west runabout first. On the right side is the same situation as it looks today. Besides, new additional garages are being rebuilt, many with recreational spaces on the top. You can see the handles here. Next view is a little bit closer from the showing second part, the middle part of the block. This is look to, again look towards the 7th Avenue. And on the right side, the current view, approximately the same place, only the sign no parking survived. Next image represents the view from the eastern runabout towards the 7th Avenue again. And on the left side, you can see the remnants of the alleyway wall, yellow brick wall, still untouched, still survived. And on the right side depicts the garage, which is in question. Our owner is asking for legalization. And on the garage on the right is rebuilt garage, when you see on the left image. More views. This is current view of the alleyway from Adam Powell Boulevard towards the Frederick Douglass Boulevard, from 7th Avenue towards the 8th Avenue. And on the right image depicts the quirky development of garages along the alleyway as seen today. And some of the people, some making already second floor additions, no permit, of course. The current garage. On the bottom left picture, you can see the street view, the alleyway view of the garage was built without permit by contractor. Represent the industrial roll-up door with motorized, the housing for motorized storage of the door, and we see on the left upper picture, electric conduit to be eliminated with removal of the current roll-up door. We try to, it's this one here. On the right side, my drawings filed with building department showing removal of this parapet wall, which is basically against the building code, has to be 30 feet away from the window. This is barely 15 feet. And this will be replaced by the open handrail. On the right side, at the bottom, is the access from the concrete patio going up to the rooftop terrace, garage rooftop garage. Drawings were filed with building department, and this for the building permit, to legalize building permit, and but of course we need approval from the landmarks in the historic district. The bottom image drawing the yellow color represents the extent of the garage, and with the access steps up. And on the upper image, upper drawing is showing the top rooftop garage. The parapet wall will be replaced with a handrail. This is what is this section. On the right side, is the alleyway. On the left side is the concrete patio of the house, getting basically from the basement going up on the street. Wooden stair access and terrace on the top of the roof garage. The door were replaced from industrial look in this overhead roll-up door to overhead door. On the bottom picture represents the basically what we choose, the regular commercial door for garages for the residential areas. The box for the motorized the roll-up door are out, of course removed, and only the drainage for the roof is in the left.
Okay, so your proposal is you're changing the garage doors, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And this is the comparison of the garage door looks like now, and the right side will be proposed, what I proposed to the client, a bit more residential look. Along the line, the most of the other garages are built. There are a few of them on the block with the same industrial look, and they should be probably removed as well. And the client was happy with this, with the approach, but it's regular roll-up door. The motorized unit is out, placed with stucco, and the color we would like to remain close to the warm colors, the blending in neighborhood, much better than industrial metal.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Diana?
I presume when the garage was built, first, when was it built? And the wall.
A few years ago only.
And at that time, the wall was there, I assume. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just, I'm reading the community board's recommendations, and they talk about the fact that there was approval that was secured by your client. Catherine, do you want to respond to that?
About the community board, this had been proposed a while ago.
Yes.
It was not complete, so it was withdrawn, but at that time, the community board had approved it. It did not have the change to this door at that time, so that has been.
Okay, so they went to the community board in 2012, but they didn't complete their process here, is that correct? Okay, all right. So
Yeah,
now,
this presentation was also presented to community board. We don't have a response yet, but they were okay with this, but nothing on paper so far.
okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the illegal garage to be too much of a departure from the others in the district, specifically in its color and use of stucco. Considering that there is little uniformity in the massing of these rear garages, though, we would not be opposed to altering this garage to make it more functional. However, we would suggest that it be built of yellow brick to match its neighbors and to be more consistent with the fabric of the garages found here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Right, Community Board 10 does recommend that the applicant should be allowed to proceed with the proposed project in some form and believe the owner needs to seek technical advice from the staff at Landmarks Commission. Okay, Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Kim.
In light of the community, Barbara Zaid's comment, I guess I have a question of the applicant. Is there still the brick under the stucco, or
No,
have you looked?
No. It was built with concrete block, and this is the stucco finish on it.
There's no brick under there.
The location of the yellow brick wall doesn't allow to build proper size of a garage. It's very short. That's why everybody was built garage with the 36 inches out. So it's still on the property, but this alley was not built for garages.
Yes, Michael.
Question, I wondered what the purpose of the extension was, whether it was necessary.
To get the real 18 feet
But
for
is
the
stucco
parking.
the appropriate material? That's the question.
Yeah, are there any other stucco garages on this alley?
Yeah.
I'm looking at, the picture.
There was some that looked like they were.
Yeah,
There was
they're
some
in
that
red
looked like it.
or Some of them are brick, but mostly in stucco. Nobody wants to invest more money if it's necessary, so.
The garages are not uniform, I think, at the rear from the photograph. They seem to have a mix.
Here's the big, that one.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? No. Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Diana.
Well, we've seen other garages like this in the past, and normally I don't have any real issues with them, with replacing them and improving them. But I feel in this case that it's really sort of sad because you had almost an intact block, which is this lovely, charming feature. And I understand to make a garage, you'd have to pull it forward. But I think a much nicer intervention could have been done if we had seen it, if we just, and you could have done something that gave some memory of what's there. It does look like the yellow brick might have been used, possibly, or at least a lighter brick in some other cases.
Yes.
I'd like to see something that kind of certainly better fits in with what's left, because you have almost the whole row is still intact except for these two garages. And it's really kind of a very unique feature, very unusual. Yeah, I think it needs to, and I'm wondering whether something, if we would want to match the brick, or we want to move away and make it really distinctive because it is an intervention that's new. I don't know, but that's it. My comment.
Yes, Kim?
I had a general question about, I realize these are owned individually, but do they have a homeowners association or something else that I've seen in other districts, and I think out in Flushing and White, yes, in the gated communities, where they kind of control that area? Because it's,
Right,
they're all
it's
landmarked.
private, right, but
It's private, but it's like everybody's doing what they want to do along the block, and is there a way to get some sort of a master plan or something going? Though it might seem a little late.
Well, the reality is they should be coming to us when they do this.
Yes, can we get us some?
But to answer your question about the ownership and how it works at the rear, I'm not sure what the answer is. I don't know if we know.
We're not aware of any kind of homeownership association or other restrictions.
Do we have, I'm sorry,
Well, I'm
do we have the authority to ask for some sort of master plan or something to go along with these houses? Because we see these, I think, since I've been on the board, we've done like 8 or something.
Master plan implies one person has
I know.
control over everything, and this is not the case here. So I think, as the chair said, they should be coming to us, and we should be, exercising, design review as we're doing now.
And to the best of our knowledge, apparently, there's no plan, as there might be for a central garden, that all the, residents have some rules for. They don't seem to have any rules. Yeah. I just want to ask when if anybody knows when the first garage was replaced on this row? Do we have any?
I think that many of those garages were grandfathered, that they had been built prior to designation and have been modified since, and oftentimes without permits from us, so.
I figured it was prior to designation, probably, yeah. Okay.
Yes, Fred, you had a question?
Had they come to us, as they should have, initially, I would have not supported stucco. I would have supported brick. And I'm a little unclear whether, from the presentation, whether brick on the sides is now possible because of lot line situations or not. Could that be answered?
We can ask that. I can reopen. Can you answer that question?
Adding the brick rather than replacing.
Yeah, I understand.
You mean to add brick at
Like a brick face, in other words.
in these locations on the side?
Yeah.
Another parapet.
Taken down everything, so it's it's very difficult probably for them, but it's possible to do the brick pattern in stucco.
What do you mean taken down? You could go, is it steel framing or wood framing?
No, it's a CMU wall. Concrete, so masonry.
So how thick is your underlayment and the stucco? 3 inches?
Otherwise, look at 1 inch.
But are you on the property line? Or could you, are you right on the property line? You're not. You could add brick over the stucco.
Property line is somewhere in the middle of the alleyway.
No, I mean on the sides.
I saw, yes.
No, you're not.
Yes.
You're not.
No.
You're not.
Let me go. to
You're
this.
You're a foot and a half
3
off.
inches off.
Yeah, only let this portion is off.
I mean, it's a minor,
So you could do brick on the cheek wall.
at least on the two cheek walls. I mean, it's
Yeah.
better than stucco.
I would agree. I mean, I also think it's kind of a shame to lose, the historic nature of the district. And it's been happening piecemeal, and a lot of it without our input, so it makes it all the more difficult. But if we can have a small intervention here and kind of set the groundwork for the future, then, and it's possible, well, I would advocate that we do it.
Yes.
I agree with Fred. If this was coming to us now as a new application, there's no way in the world I'd be able to approve it without at least the compromise of putting brick on those cheek walls that matches the adjacent brick masonry.
Okay, others? That's what the commissioners want?
Yes.
Okay, we can add that. So it would be on the cheek walls and
Cheek walls?
yellow?
Yellow?
Okay, I don't know about yellow.
Adjacent.
Okay.
No, because it'll be so hard to make the turn and come around, and it won't match the stucco above.
So, could the commissioners explain the extent to me, please?
Just the side.
So not above? So how would
Not
you
above?
deal-
What about above?
How do you deal with the connection here at the corner then? Would you like?
Working with staff.
That's your issue.
Would be a
All
brick,
right.
just a brick cladding that comes up the
Just
side
to
here.
here? I
thought it
and
was
then
the side.
at the surround.
And what about the side over here?
Both sides are going.
Yeah, the top.
And what about here?
I don't think they can do that because it's.
Oh, it's over
You can't do
there.
that.
Okay.
Just the cheek walls. You're not going to see that from the public right away anyway. You're going to see the cheek walls.
Okay.
Let me just.
Okay, so brick cladding along the cheek walls?
I think what we're doing here is saying, we are sort of establishing a point of view about this that others might. We're allowing a real garage with normal cars today to fit in it. That's a big deal. We're saying that the doors of those garages can't be rolled down metal grates, but a more appropriate door. And that brick is the common material to be used. And it looks to me as if many shades of brick are back there, so maybe different kinds of brick. But again, I think that's working with staff to choose the right brick. So I think this is establishing a kind of a point of view about these for the future.
Right, and our goal is to maximize the amount of brick that we see, subject in this case, because it's a legalization, right? We have a problem with that, right? But our general goal will be to maximize the brick that we see.
Okay? Yes.
Okay. How can we do this? It needs a rule or something to stop this.
Okay, just to clarify again, there've been, I guess, a few people have said various things, and so John, because you said maximize the brick, but I don't know if that's what we all agreed with, because it seemed like we said was just going to be on the cheek walls.
What I don't think we disagree. I'm just saying that in this case, it may be that we can only do it on the cheek walls, but since Fred was listing the things that we're sort of setting as standards here, I wanted to make it clear that the only reason we're not saying the entire thing is brick is because there are some physical limitations because it's already built.
Okay. Right, but just to...
That's sort
Oh.
But in this case, we can't.
Okay.
Okay.
So just the cheek walls.
We're adding that to the end. Okay. In the matter of 211 West 138th Street, St. Nicholas Historic District, a Neo-Georgian-style row house designed by Bruce Price and Clarence S. Luce and built in 1891, application is to legalize and alter a rear garage building constructed without Landmarks Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the St. Nicholas Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that over time, the majority of the historic rear garden walls within this block have been replaced with garages, that the proposed garage is only visible from a narrow vantage point through decorative iron gates from mid-block on Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, and that the context of the other garages constructed historically in this alley, that the proposed garage is in keeping with the other garages in this alley in terms of depth and height, that the stucco material of the garage is not in keeping with the masonry materials of the garages and remaining garden walls of the buildings and rear facades of this block, that the proposed garage doors will be in keeping with the traditional residential garage doors in terms of their panel configuration and multi-light glazing, that the proposed finish of the new garage doors will harmonize with the stucco and brick finish of the garage, that the proposed light fixtures are simple and utilitarian and will not detract from the character of the garage, of the alleyway, that the stairs from the rear yard leading up to the garage roof deck are not visible from the public thoroughfare, that therefore the features of the garage will support the architectural and historic character of the building and historic district, and that the cheek walls of the existing garage to be legalized will match the adjacent brick, and the applicant will work with staff on matching it.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah.
So the application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move back to the public meeting items that are at the beginning of the agenda. So we're moving to item number 2. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 186225. This is 307 West 103rd Street, located within the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. This is a Renaissance Revival-style row house designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1895-96. The application is to replace windows, construct a rear yard addition, and alter the rear facade. This was first presented on September 20th, 2016.
And
Good morning, Commissioners. Samantha Cesarini, Preservation Staff. At this, excuse me, at the September 20th public hearing, the applicants presented a proposal for work that includes the replacement of existing windows at the front facade with triple glazed 1/1 simulated double-hung wood windows. The same window replacement configuration is proposed at the rear facade as well. The proposed work also includes the construction of a one-story rear yard addition to be reviewed at staff level, as well as the installation of exterior insulation with a synthetic stucco finish layer at the rear facade and existing extension. The commissioners were supportive of the simulated double-hung windows at the facade. With regard to the work at the rear facade, the commission requested case study examples and additional clarification to be presented regarding the proposed exterior installation, as well as a material sample showing the synthetic stucco finish. The architect, Peter Brotherton, and Passive House consultant, Jordan Goldman, are present and here to answer your questions.
Okay, we'll reopen the hearing. Yes.
Hello, my name is Peter Brotherton from Peter Brotherton Architects, and as Samantha mentioned, I'm here with Jordan Goldman, an engineer and our consultant. We're working on this 1895 Renaissance Revival brownstone for a client who asked us to, it's a major renovation, a major retrofit, and asked us to sort of bring it into the 21st century to try to meet the city's goals for energy conservation. And we are using a passive house model, and we refer to it as a deep energy retrofit. We are at the front of the house. It's primarily, okay, let me stop. This is the block and showing that location of the house and showing that there are no views to the rear of the house, and it also shows the context, the large buildings on Riverside and West End, and a large 9-story apartment building directly behind the house. And this is a site section that shows new equipment on the roof that isn't visible from the street. And there you see a new 1-story addition proposed at the back, and the large apartment house directly behind it. This is what I started to say. At the front of the house, we are basically restoring what's there to the best of our ability. Currently there's parts of the brownstone facade were painted, so we'll work with Samantha to remove that paint without damaging the facade. We are keeping the existing front entry doors, the metal work. It'll all be refurbished. Okay, I was just told to skip to the...
Yes, right.
Okay, so my point was at the front, we want to do everything we can to restore the house to really its original beauty. At the back, with and putting insulation on the inside. At the back, we're asking for the commission to consider allowing us to put insulation on the rear of the house, and Jordan is the one who is going to speak most here and about the building science and also the material assembly and why we think it's appropriate and a good solution here. I will say that this shows the original and the proposed on the left and right. That shows the context. At the rear, the houses have been painted, both the house we're working on and the houses on either side. I'm going to skip over the front. This shows the context in the back. We're proposing a material that maybe is getting passed around, which is a synthetic stucco over insulation. It's a trowel bond finish with an integral color. Let me skip here. This is showing the existing. That's a conservatory at the back that's being taken off. This is the proposed. All of the masonry openings at the rear of the main house are being kept, and there's corbelling at the top and we're proposing that we recreate that corbelling with the new finish. We're pulling the windows forward in the jambs so that the depth is from the facade. The depth in the jamb will be the same as that in the existing. Flipping here, you can see that a little bit better. These show the existing and the proposed new insulation. This shows the issue of the depth, pulling the window forward. And this shows that by adding the insulation, we'll return the insulation at the party wall. So I'm going to hand it over to Jordan, who's going to talk about the building science.
Hi, good morning. So this sample shows the rigid foam with the synthetic stucco finish installed over a gypsum substrate. In our case, it would of course be installed over masonry. The purpose of handing it around was just to kind of show the sort of stability and the integrity of the material itself. I'm going to address some of the specific concerns that were brought up during the previous one, and then show some case studies as well as some scientific studies to provide the backing for what we're proposing. So the gentleman, commissioner who normally sits here, asked if we're insulating on the interior, on the front of the building, and previous passive houses in the city have insulated only on the interior. Why can't we just do that for the rear? One thing I neglected to mention when we were here a couple weeks ago was that Passive House Institute actually has a requirement for exterior insulation. 75% of your R value needs to be on the exterior. They'll only waive that in cases of historically landmark buildings, setbacks, and such. So they're recognizing the need and the imperative for exterior insulation, and they're only going to waive it in cases where it's just flat out not allowed. Secondly, ma'am, I think you brought up the question, what happens if you leave your interior or your windows open in the summer? How does this affect the brick? Really, there's negligible moisture that moves from the air into materials just without any vapor drive, without the windows closed. We know this because we open up our windows all the time in the summer. Our houses aren't sprouting mold. The materials are not being inundated with moisture. The moisture moving from the air, indoor air, into the materials is several orders of magnitude smaller than that coming from rain from the outside. So the amount of moisture that's moving into the brick is effectively zero, and anything that does is just absorbed by the brick and can easily dry back out to the interior because our brick is now inside the house. It's inside the thermal and weather envelope. Finally, there were some concerns about dew point and freeze thaw potential within the assembly. This is a computer simulation program called THERM, which was developed by Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. This shows an uninsulated wall. To the left is the interior at 70 degrees. To the right is the exterior at 20 degrees, which represents your average January low. That yellow layer on the inside is your plasterboard or your gypsum. The red represents the brick. And so that green line to the right, that represents 32 degrees, point at which water will freeze. Water that's absorbed into the brick will freeze. The light blue line represents the dew point, the temperature at which indoor air will start to, the moisture in indoor air will start to condense. And you can see that in this assembly, roughly 2/3 of the brick is always above freezing. The outer third will potentially experience some freeze thaw, but the majority of the wall is kept warm. This is why our uninsulated walls, stay structurally stable. This one shows what happens when you've got interior insulation. So the yellow on the left is your wall finish. The blue bar represents a layer of interior insulation, and the red, again, represents the brick. And so we can see now that we have effectively thermally decoupled the brick from the inside, the brick stays cold throughout the entire year. That green line, again, represents your freeze line. The blue line represents your dew point line, the temperature at which interior moisture is going to condense. And we can see that the entire brick wall at 20 degrees is below freezing. So that entire wall, if it's got moisture in it, is now subject to freeze thaw damage. This is just a blow up of that previous image. I don't know if you can read the numbers, but it's just to show the temperature gradient throughout the assembly. Again, the takeaway is that the entire structure, masonry structure, is below the dew point and below freezing temperature. Finally, here is what happens when we move the insulation to the exterior. So again, 70 on the inside, 20 on the outside. We've got just an interior finish on the inside of the brick. We've got all of our insulation to the exterior of the brick. And at the brick foam interface, this line is 54.6, this line is 57.9, so call this 55. The entire structure is safely above freezing, and it's safely above the dew point, so that if any moisture did get into the wall, there's no chance that it can condense. It's not going to change from vapor into liquid, which would cause mildew, potentially rot if there's any sort of like wood framing around the windows. And it's safely above freezing, so you're completely eliminated any potential for freeze-thaw damage, which is a risk to the long-term durability of the building. Here are a few case studies. As I mentioned previously, this has been done fairly extensively throughout Europe. I chose 3 here. I had an option of about 150 to pull from. So this is an 1860s Victorian house in London, 10 inches of exterior insulation. This was 2009 installed. Again, that's just trying to show the precedent from a technical standpoint, not trying to give you any sort of aesthetic justification here. This is a 1750s building in Germany, 6 inches of exterior insulation. This was done in 2011. Finally, in Vienna, I chose ones that were as similar in both age, construction type, and use. So these are all residential buildings. These were all built before 1900. This has 12 inches of exterior insulation applied to all the facades. This first study, this is titled Internal Insulation of Masonry Walls, Final Measure Guideline. The critical quote, exterior insulation provides the ideal conditions for building durability. However, many buildings cannot be retrofitted with insulation on the exterior for reasons such as historic preservation, cost, yada, yada, yada. And from the article, with interior insulation, you need to be really careful and get the rainwater management correct, or else you put the building at real risk, meaning that the wetting potential from the outside in an interior insulated masonry building becomes a real risk. The brick is colder and it's wetter. So if you're not shedding rainwater with proper heading at the windows, with proper sloped sills, with a proper cornice, you really put the masonry at risk. Number 2, this is from the National Research Council of Canada. This was 1964. So point being is that this is not a particularly new idea. The conclusion from the article, the modified design illustrated by wall number 2, which shows exterior insulation, will experience reduced temperature changes and reduced possibility of cracking within its main section. Movements in the cladding can be tolerated. Greater freedom is provided for the positive control of heat flow, air leakage, vapor flow, rain penetration, and at the same time, the wall is inherently less vulnerable to wetting and freezing. Again, this is 50 years now, and by a governmental body. This is Building Science Corporation, who are the preeminent building scientists in this country. The title of this research article is called The Perfect Wall. Quote from the article, where to put the insulation. If we put the insulation on the inside of the structure, the insulation does not protect the structure from heat and cold. Remember, we really do want to protect that dark structure, especially for the sake of making the structural engineer's life more happy. Expansion, contraction, corrosion, decay, ultraviolet radiation, and almost all bad things, all are functions of temperature. So all of the control layers go on the outside. Keep the structure from going through temperature extremes and protect it from water in its various forms and ultraviolet radiation, and life is good. One final study, which we did not include here, is from ASHRAE, titled Field Monitoring and Simulation of a Historic Mass Masonry Building Retrofitted with Interior Insulation. This is from 2013. From the conclusion, measured data indicated that the interior insulated masonry walls were colder and had higher moisture contents than uninsulated assemblies, as would be expected. Exterior insulation provides the ideal conditions for building durability. So the purpose of all this is just to indicate that the science is pretty unequivocal on the safety and the preference from a durability standpoint and from a building science standpoint of moving all of your insulation to the outside of the building. So that's...
So in an ideal situation, we'd have foam buildings.
Let's just say I think that there are some environmental problems with foam, so I'm not going to say that's ideal, but the ideal situation is that our buildings are insulated on the exterior and the structure is kept inside. Yes.
Okay.
And again, this is speaking strictly about the performance of the building and the building science. I'm not making any aesthetic claims.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Kim?
In this particular case, on this building, how far, if you put 10 inches of insulation on it, do you keep the window back the 10, or you pull
So we're
it
only
in?
proposing 4 inches of rigid, and so we are moving the window outbound in the structure
Yeah.
so that its face is the same distance from the face of the facade, so as to create the same sight lines and shadow lines. Yes.
This was the section that showed us pulling the window forward so that the depth, the shadow line at the front would be, would match the...
Yes, exactly. Currently, it's deeper into the masonry opening.
Okay, are there other questions? All right, just on but I think there were 2 issues here. One was about the insulation itself and how to make historic buildings energy efficient. We had some questions about that. I think they've sort of explained the science behind this, because the concern was with this, by having the insulation, would you still allow for freezing and other sort of impacts to take place on the historic brick, and it seems that, at least in their explanations, that in fact that would not be the case. So that was one issue, just about the science behind it. And the second was really about the aesthetic quality. So what does this material feel like, look like? I think many commissioners expressed concerns because we've seen this kind of insulation used very often in buildings that clearly are not the most aesthetic and cheap to build, stick this on, spray paint it. And so I think there was a concern that type of aesthetic that if you call it aesthetic, this kind of look that you see in, in suburbia, is that going to be replicated in our historic district, especially where there's a lot of just much more texture and masonry. So I think they've tried to answer the first question. I think the second question is really about what this material feels like and looks like, and I just want to hear what the commissioners think about that. They gave us a sample. They've shown some case studies, but I do have one question, which is the last time you said there was, I think you were proposing something, but you said you could also use like lime stucco. And what is this that you've sort of passed around?
This is a synthetic stucco. It's,
okay.
Just one correction. This is a trialed on finish. It's not a painted on finish.
With an integral color.
With an integral color. So it's got, it's trying to approximate, a conventional stucco texture.
Okay.
And this is the reinforced. There were some durability, some finish durability concerns. What happens if someone leans a bicycle against it? This is the reinforced version, and one could really knock on it quite hard. There's no give to it. It's got a fiberglass mesh underneath it to prevent structural damage.
Okay.
I mean, again, if you were to hit it with something very hard, yes, it would be damaged. Normal life activity, I think it would be fine.
This actually has a mesh that's rated for hurricane areas. When they shoot a 2x4 at it, doing that test.
Okay. All right. Yes, Fred?
My thought is that that often we see stucco in the rear of buildings, first of all. Second, that this material, which I think we were right to question and re-question, and have you come back and talk to us about the science of it, that it is close enough, in my judgment, on a rear facade. And third, that at least this commissioner, and I hope our commission, is supportive of new ways of making historic buildings more energy efficient. Not that they're not the most energy efficient buildings of all, because they're saved. The embodied energy in them is not thrown away. But that we can still do better, and we should as a society. So for me, in this case at least, I think this is quite appropriate, and I would suggest that we use it as a study to see how it is performing. I guess it's possible for us just to approve this easily at the little addition, but you're asking for the whole rear to be used this way, and I think, to me, it's worth it to find out, and certainly it's not a big risk visually or aesthetically, and we just need to find out more.
So are there any more questions? Otherwise, I'll close the hearing. Yes, do you have any more questions? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any
Yes, I do.
questions here? Okay.
How reversible is this?
So you, in a future renovation, sorry. In a future renovation, someone could take off the foam and use some sort of solvent to take off the yellow that's applied to the gypsum here is it's a liquid applied weather and air barrier, and that can be removed with a solvent the same way paint could be removed. So if
Without
someone
damaging the underlying...
The brick, correct. It's the same process as removing paint. So as damaging as paint removal is, it's almost identical.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Right, I just want to echo what Fred said, and I think I said it last time, that I think that we should find ways to make historic buildings more energy efficient, and even so they embody energy efficiency to begin with, but they can always do better. And there's a broader goal to make all buildings reduce their carbon footprint by, I think, 2050. So how do we do that? I think that, some of the sort of just policy aspects that one can think about is clearly, front facades is something that there's nobody, this commission will never support it. So that's very clear that on primary facades, we wouldn't want to see this exterior insulation. I think there's things about, are there facades which in fact are not visible, and can there be more flexibility? And so that's why one of the things to think about is the rear facade. I think when we talk about the brick, the commission should also recognize that we allow rear yard additions all the time, very often 3 floors, if not 4 floors, and that is the removal of historic brick. So the question about will this damage the brick, even though I think it's very helpful to have the science now in front of us that at least shows that the historic brick won't be damaged, and your question is reversible. Would we allow for this historic material to be taken out all the time? I think in this particular case, it's not visible from, even through some of those alleyways, it's not visible. I don't want to comment too much about the aesthetic, but it's not, at least in my opinion, not as flimsy as I thought it would be, because it's a feeling of sort of like foam core. But again, I think, as Fred said, I think it's worthwhile to experiment, and why not experiment in the area where it's actually least visible, which is at the rear. So I think I could find appropriateness in this insulation that they're proposing at the rear wall. Right, other commissioners? Yes, Kim.
I'm thinking on the rear, maybe on those rooftop additions that are not visible, because that's new construction. So there's no historic material being lost anyway.
You mean in the front?
In the front, there are those that are not visible.
Right, so well, I think that's the question, and I think when we see that, perhaps we can take that next leap, but if we're talking just about the rear wall right now. Other commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, I just think we have to, and I'm glad that you've separated those two issues. I agree with you that we approve and find appropriate lots of modifications to the rear facade, and especially those that aren't visible, other than, of course, the top window. Often we like to keep, at least in its configuration. But I think, and so in that sense, I think it's all right to approve these changes to the rear of the building. But I just think we need to recognize that this is a complete loss of, I mean, it's in there, you know, the brick remains behind, but it is the loss of the authentic historic material of the building. And issues of materiality, I think we haven't gotten past here. We haven't really recognized or concluded, you know, that this makes for a completely different material condition. You know, it's no longer a brick building if taken to the limit, which is to say that if energy efficiency is really the objective, and for this thing to be entirely insulated and for the science to bear out, it would mean that we would, you know, replace all of them or contain all of the brick in this material. And I'm just not convinced that that's what we should be doing with historic buildings. So.
Okay, but just to, you know, we've allowed for a fairly significant amount of erosion at the rear when we think about putting glass and metal. So I think, I mean, it is a sort of philosophical question, and I think that's, at least for me, I think the limitation is that it's only at the rear. So you could have a freestanding building. You know, when we start thinking about, you know, four sides of a building, yes, maybe there's one side where to achieve sort of a broader goal, I mean, a broader means a goal that's embraced by all buildings, not just historic buildings, is to provide this sort of insulation that is effective, then maybe that's the area that you can allow it. So since not all sides of the buildings, it's a portion of the building. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with both you and Adi, actually, in some ways, but, you know, we permit a lot of change, and we see a lot of glass and metal in the rear as opposed to brick in a lot of buildings. And we are very much, I think, as a commission, you know, trying to move in the direction of doing what we can and for a sustainable environment for buildings as well as for the environment in general. This is a large step in a way, though, because you have to envision in your mind that every building in the interior would look like this, which would be a pretty profound change, because if we think this is the right way to go, so Fred was talking about, you know, we'll see how it comes out, but we're going to see things much faster than being able to find out how this particular example comes out, except aesthetically. Aesthetically, it's, I guess the question is, to what extent will we have good aesthetics from this solution? And that remains to be seen, I guess. But, you know, we do have to envision that it's going to happen a lot if we think it's the right way to go.
Vinyl sidings. I mean, this is not a brand new discussion.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. All right, others, yes.
I think I agree with Adi that we do need to proceed cautiously with this. And for me, the major issue was that of the durability of the brick once this exterior insulation was applied. And my concern was spalling of the brick because of ice damage. And I'm satisfied at this point that that will not be an issue. The other concern I have has to do with the reversibility, which, Secretary of the Interior standards indicates that everything, it's preferable that it's reversible. And I am quite sanguine that this application is reversible. The third thing is of course, the aesthetic issue. And for me, I would lay in front of the bulldozers if there was a proposal to put this stuff on the front of the house. I actually, looking at the example in London, it's almost laughable. It looks like a marzipan facade. I could never approve that. The fact that it is on the rear facade will not be even approached unless someone's robbing the house by someone other than the people who own this building, makes it not so much of an issue for me to see it on the rear facade. So I can approve it.
I think there's just another, so there's the functional issue of weatherproofing, and there is the aesthetic consideration, but there's also, this issue of authenticity and whether or not, and that's such a burdened and laden word and subject, I realize, but in this case, really, what are the limits of that discussion, and whether or not, all buildings need to achieve the highest contemporary energy efficiency as the singular standard. I mean, part of the authenticity of this building, let's say, is maybe it's less energy efficient, the characteristics of the material that are less energy efficient, and and do we need to protect those?
It's definitely something we can muse upon. Yes.
Final thought, maybe. The comment was made that maybe we should be comfortable with all buildings having this. Well, I don't think that's a concern any more than it would be a concern that all buildings, townhouses, will be ripped out, up to 3 floors and put in, big glass facades. We don't have to worry about that either. It's a one-on-one case basis, and I think individuals are individuals, particularly here in New York, and they will continue to be individuals and apply different ideas about how they live and how they design the rears of their townhouses. So I don't think we need to think that this is going to be everywhere all the time.
Right, and just adding to that, I think that we may find ourselves in certain situations where we have a very intact row at the rear, and sometimes our approach to what is appropriate varies even for other kinds of rear yard modifications or alterations. In some cases, we may say that no, in fact, it should be brick, and in other cases, we've allowed for much more flexibility in glass. So I think something like this, yes, is it a door open? It definitely will open one door, which is people may seek to see whether this would be appropriate in their particular home or situation. But I don't think the commissioners should just take the case-by-case sort of evaluation out of the equation. So I think when we look at these buildings, when they come with their proposal, we can ask several of the same questions we asked of this applicant about the choices that they're making, and then see how it will affect the donut and the aesthetics in the interior. But I think in this case, it seems that the commissioners would be comfortable moving forward. Okay. Kim, do you want to read that into the resolution? Oh, did you do last time? Sorry. Michael? Okay.
In the matter of 307 West 103rd Street, the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2, an application to replace windows, construct a rear yard addition, and alter the roof facade. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed windows at the primary facade will closely match the historic windows in terms of material, details, profile, finish, and dimensions. That the fixed upper sash will be in a different plane from the lower sash, replicating the appearance of the historic window sash. That the change in operation in the lower sash will only be perceptible when the sash is open. That the proposed alterations to the rear facade and rear extension will not be visible from a public right-of-way. That the proposed cladding of the masonry rear facade and rear extension with exterior insulation is an important component of an extremely energy-efficient adaptation of the building. That although the long-term effect of adding exterior insulation to the historic rear facades may be uncertain with regard to maintaining the integrity of the structure, I think we've actually discounted that. The work to correct any damage or make repairs would be less than or comparable to that of demolishing most or all of the rear facades for commonly approved rear addition. That while the installation of the proposed cladding will eliminate some brick corbelling and will project beyond the plane of the facade by several inches, the new simulated double-hung windows will be moved outward to appear at the proper depth, and at the profile of the brick at the parapet will be replicated, maintaining much of the character of the row house and its relationship to the row. That the treatment and finish of the painted synthetic stucco will be in keeping with the common application of parging and painting often found on secondary facades, for which precedent exists in the immediate context of the adjoining row houses and throughout this historic district. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural historic character of the building or Riverside West End Historic District extension. Staff noted, as do I, that the proposed work... We don't want to use that as a prototype?
I think we want to evaluate when we see other examples, at least for, I think, in a situation before we say that this should be the prototype.
Okay.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah, I think the record's clear.
Amen.
Oh, great, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item number 3 on the public meeting agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-1551. This is 85 through 89 Jane Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a stable and carriage house built circa 1885, now a garage and factory building, and a garage building built in 1919. The application is to alter the facades and construct rooftop additions. This was last presented on July 12th, 2016.
Good morning, Commissioners. Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation Staff. This is a proposal for the two buildings, 85 and 89 Jane Street, located on the north side of Jane Street at the edge of the Greenwich Village Historic District. This proposal was initially heard at the public hearing of July 12th. This was the proposal as initially presented. At that time, the commissioners did express concerns regarding height and visibility of the proposed additions, specifically the tower and elevator bulkhead to the west, as well as the street wall extensions and select materials. The applicants have revised the proposal in response to the commissioner comments and are here to walk you through the changes.
Okay, make a motion to reopen the hearing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Harris for the owner and us. This is, I'm sure you, it was 3 months ago that we presented to you. We spent the last 3 months working with staff and various commissioners to revise this scheme. You recall that it's on, perhaps we just go to the changes. Do you all recall where it is?
Yes, we do.
The important thing here is I would note if we back up for a second to the very first shot, that is the tax photograph of the town. I would ask you to remember the profile of the buildings and things of that sort. Sorry, that's designation. That's tax. We have gone back to the tax photograph in many cases to restore the building to its tax photograph status, which was probably about 30 years prior to designation. These buildings have been renovated, restored sort of many times over time. Okay. That's the existing condition. That was our proposal. It was 3 months ago. This is our proposal now. Sorry, this is our proposal now. The big changes that we have made, we have eliminated the towers to the west, the glass library sort of building, and the stair and elevator bulkhead. We have make this thing work. This addition to 85 has been recessed to align with the building adjacent. This building has been aligned with that building. The wall to the street, the glazed wall has been lowered significantly. And we have recreated the original, at least the photographs, what the tax photographs indicate the ground floor to be. Okay? All of this material and that material is, all of the addition and the new material is done in Roman brick of the same color as the original common brick. So they are sympathetic, but they are, I think, if you look carefully, they're easily distinguished. We have repaired and patched this opening in places where it needed to be. These are the new doors. We've restored the fire escape. We've restored all of this brick by removing the paint. We have restored a cornice, a rather significant cornice that was in the tax photograph but was not in the designation report photograph, which exaggerates the distinction between that plane and that plane. This plane is in fact about 3'9" in front of that, but it's more than a foot farther back from the edge of the cornice, so its distinction is significantly greater. This wall is now, I believe, about 26 feet tall. We've dropped it about 13.5 feet from what it was before. With a great deal of work with zoning attorneys and people, we determined that we didn't have to have it at 40 feet because of the existence of a building farther down the block that was shorter. This building is now about 16 feet wide. Aligning with its eastern edge aligns with the western jamb of that original door opening. Okay. This is the Roman brick. That's the existing brick. These are examples of the nature of the glazed wall between the garden and the street. This is the setback of that facade behind the facade at 85. In other words, we'll show you in a perspective exactly how it aligns, but you'll see that, here we go to the perspective. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, that is what it is doing currently. If you back up one. That is what it did before. So this building is about 3'9" proud of the townhouse next door. We're now proposing to move that addition to this building in a different brick than that one, but sympathetic to the same plane as the house to its east. Okay, can we go back again now where we were before? Okay. Let's go on. Next. This was the proposal that we presented to you 3 months ago. That's the proposal now. Next. That is the existing, the proposal from 3 months ago, the proposal now. Okay. These are perspectives, again, they're different perspectives from different angles. We have recreated each one. That was the original proposal 3 months ago. That's now. That's without the trees. We were asked to eliminate the trees. As you may recall, there is significant infrastructure built into this building to accommodate significant and long-term sort of landscape features. So that is the building.
Can I ask, are you eliminating the tree because it's gone from the project, or just so that we can see behind it?
No. They asked so we could see the building. That's a good question. Can you get rid of the tree again? There is a 8-foot tall penthouse set back from the facade. This facade's about 43 feet tall. That building is about 50. There is a mechanical enclosure back there that is the same height as the building which fronts on Horatio and Washington. So that will be perceived, I think, to be a part of that. Its only purpose is to shield the noise from the mechanical equipment that's up there. You don't have to have it, but I think everybody would prefer it, and so it disappears into the adjacent building. There was some conversation about, there is an elevator in plan. If you go back to the elevation for a second. There is an elevator 50 feet back from the facade. It goes to this roof level. That's its last stop, and that is in order to service that landscape and those gardens. There is an approximate 8-foot overrun, which is the minimum necessary overrun for a commercial heavy load elevator, which is necessary to accommodate all this landscaping. That, coincidentally, is the same height as that building over there. And if you look at the cover of your proposal, there was, in the day, that thing, which is, this is more or less in that same kind of thing. So, okay, keep going. So these are studies to show the visibility, were there no trees, of that. Where's this thing going? Of that elevator piece. It is in plan set 50 feet back from the street and 30 feet back from the rear property line. It is required to be within the rear yard setback, so I can't move it any farther back. And it's relatively compact. You can see it in this interval from there to there. So from there, you're looking at it and you can see it there. Again, if the tree were there, you wouldn't see it. There, there. And this is 30 feet below the height limitation in that part of the block. So we're well below any kind of height limitation, and it is the same height as that building right there. So there's that one, and that. Those three things are all the same height. Okay. This is the plan of the garden. That elevator we just discussed is here. It aligns with the 30-foot rear yard setback. Can't move it back. It's 50 feet from there to there. This courtyard is now about 43 by 47 or 48. That is at about 43 feet, the roof of that building. That is about, the ceiling height of that space is 8 feet.
What is that space?
It's a penthouse, it's a room.
It's a room?
Yes, onto a garden. You want to go to the plans?
Yes, I'm looking at the plans on page 26.
Have you got the plan of that floor?
I have it here.
Here's the roof. This is particularly
So the proposed fourth floor plan.
Yes, that's the room right there. So there is a connection from on their bedroom floor, there is a connection to a study. There is then the stair from that study up to a room opening onto a terrace overlooking the garden. This is set back from the street about 30 feet.
Okay, I mean, the drawing that I have on page 26, it's not shown as a wall, so it doesn't look like a room.
Yeah.
It's glass, is that right?
The facade is glass. But what you're seeing there is the floor paving pattern. Unfortunately, it's rather aggressive.
No, I understand. Okay, so it's
the wall is
okay.
right there, and that's the other wall to it. Then this is the roof of that building.
Okay.
So these are the interior elevations of the courtyard. There's sections so that these are looking at the interior walls of the courtyard. So that's that's the west wall of the courtyard. That's the east wall of the courtyard with the notch and the setbacks, so that that aligns with the building next door. That is then the north wall of the courtyard, the bottom of which you wouldn't see because, you know, the angle of vision, I mean, it's right here. So this is the existing sort of west wall. That was the July proposal. That's the current proposal. So this is the west wall of that. That is the west wall of that little penthouse. There's the garden off of it. There's the roof. That is the bulkhead up there in order to screen the mechanical equipment. That's the elevator in the distance. So,
But just the stair bulkhead that goes up to the top floor, why is there an overrun for that?
It's not an overrun, it's just a wall adjacent to the building next door, because that, on top of that stair is a significant amount of mechanical equipment, condensers and such. They could sit out in the open. We just put a wall around them just for sound insulation. It is adjacent to the building next door. So, have you got that elevation? Sorry.
Let's see here.
Yeah. So,
No, I understand.
there
The mechanical
and-
sits on top of the stair bulkhead. But I'm just looking at page 36.
Okay.
And by the way, I mean, I think that this is such a vast improvement and really is, you know, I commend you for doing that. There's some very, very nice aspects to this. And I'm very pleased that you worked with your zoning consultants, because I think that was a real roadblock. So, but just on page 36 and some of the views, looking east, so that bulkhead, is that the overrun of the, or is that the elevator bulkhead? That's the mechanical, okay, okay. So potentially you could just relocate those mechanicals elsewhere and you wouldn't have to have that additional height, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But it would be visible no matter where we put it, because we can't move it, you know, I mean, I think in model, have you got a plan that shows exactly how that thing is related to it? In model, that becomes virtually a continuation of the building next door. It is the same height as that building. Okay. Here, that wall is 58 foot, is a little over 58 feet tall. It goes that way, that way, that way, that way, that way, that way. So, I mean, it would appear, I think, to be a part of that massing. And I think it would be less conspicuous there than if we were to put it somewhere else, you know, because I worry that if it were somewhere else, you know, it would have to stand clear of everything around it. And that is the only thing, you know, of the adjacent buildings is that tall.
Okay.
That was the idea behind it.
All right. Are there other questions?
Yeah, just a quick
Yes. And Wellington, go ahead, and then Michael. Thank you.
On your proposed second floor, is there any reason why there's no fenestration on the western side?
There are a couple of reasons for it. One is that room has an entire wall of glass facing the garden. So there's really no necessity for a window overlooking the street there. Secondly, if you look across the street, if you look at the buildings which are part of the history of that, this was a sort of industrial building, and we chose to not make it look like a townhouse, because it was never a townhouse. And the buildings across the street on the corner of Washington and Jane, several of the buildings in that neighborhood have a slightly industrial character. So our thought was that this had more to do with, I was thinking that. Anyway, this seemed to have more to do with the world of that and these, and, you know, even that. And it doesn't work. This one. Huh? Okay.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
This is the facade area. This seems.
Can you go to the section that shows? That's, sorry. that is the other wall of that room.
Hmm?
So it has a 40-foot long wall with 11-foot high things overlooking the garden.
But from the public point of view, standing across the street, it looks like a blank space rather than.
Michael, yeah, sorry, Michael's question?
What prevents you from retaining that original garage front with a crow step articulation on the parapet and moving your glass back and moving your new tower back behind that so it's subservient to that original historic wall?
Several things. That wall, much of this garage facade will have to be disassembled and rebuilt. That entire parapet is wildly out of plumb and to take it down and put it back would be to sort of
down and put it back.
Well, it'd be to reinvent something. It would not be authentic, in that sense anymore. It's
How is
also
that less authentic than what you're proposing to do?
I'm sorry?
How is that less authentic than what you're proposing to do?
What we were trying to do was to keep those parts of that building which related to it being a garage, this, that, and the other. And it had a kind of utilitarian character. I think that stepping parapet, and it's an aesthetic and kind of judgment call, is less utilitarian. It is more representational and has a kind of sort of iconic, sort of character to it, which is different than what the building is underneath it. That building has been rebuilt and renovated and changed at least 4 times in the 20th century, and before it was a stable and it was 2 buildings and it was something else. Your designation report refers to it as utilitarian of no particular importance at all. So we attempted to take those parts of the collection of buildings that are, I think, significantly important and perfectly restore them. So 85 is, and its cornice and its doors and everything is restored completely.
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I had sort of a similar question to Michael's, I guess, but that the tower, which is really new, did you consider kind of breaking the tower similar to what you did on the I guess it's the eastern side, and moving it, recessing the top of it so that there's it's a little more subsidiary and you've got a small one-story garage next to it, and would perhaps be a little less looming if the top story, so to speak, could be moved back. I don't know what the floor heights are exactly or anything, but sort of aligning it more with the cornice on the right, or I guess it's the east, I think, but anyway. And I guess the answer is you didn't consider it, but anyway.
I think it began with a conversation about the street wall.
Mm-hmm.
And the sense, can you go to the perspective from the east looking west, showing the setback? There. One of the things that is unusual about this, and I think is somewhat, we went back and forth and looked at it in a lot of ways and had a lot of conversations about it. One aspect of having recessed that to make it coplanar with the houses next door is to make this look like it was an addition to a building. We did a house on 70th Street where in fact that house had a 5-foot addition added to the front of the house in 1905. And so there was, so in all of our conversations back and forth, we were aware that there was a chance that could create the reading that this was an addition to what was the datum line of that street. In fact, everything else in plan aligns with the street from there down. And certainly across the street, everything is in the line of the property line and not set back. And our ambition was to, try to recreate that understanding of this is the edge of the street, this is the setback, if you will, the houses, and because they have stoops, they have little areaways, things of that sort. So in terms of the kind of syntax of that part of the block, our ambition was to just keep that as in this, and the whole zoning thing about height limitations and things of that sort. There are these strange rules about how far you can go back before you can't go back any farther. I mean, the whole setback routine is anything, you cannot go back more than 3 feet unless you're aligning with the building next door. So the reason we were able to bring that, the only reason we were able to bring that dimension was because of its alignment next door. Had that building not been there, we couldn't have pushed that back by zoning, any more than a certain kind of dimension. I think it's a very, very prickly, complicated site, and I think figuring out how to make this thing fit in within its neighbors is quite tricky.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yes, Eddie.
But would you say, I was wondering why you had this image up, the page 39. Would you say that that what we're really looking at when we look at this image is that the building on the furthest right, which is across the street from
is directly
this
across
site,
the street.
Yeah, that's the building that you are using as the touch point for the kind of industrial styled building that you're designing. Would you say that that's true? Because I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out what the references are.
I mean, this is designation, and if you look at designation on the south side of the street, that is a large garage and an industrial building. This is one of the very, that's 92 Jane, we actually renovated that house. But this one is now much, much larger, all of the kind of historic character and its history of it. I mean, that's what it is now. It had been a large garage on the ground floor. This is what that is now, which, and if you read the, white line, that was the profile at designation.
But the actual historic image, this one, is what you're using as the reference for your current design.
Thank you. I mean, and to go around the corner to Washington, there's still part of that still there.
Right.
And industrial super studio, things of that sort.
Right. But so the question is then this kind of very fine distinction. This goes to Michael Devonshire's question about keeping the facade of the building we're talking about, and so the fine distinction between this one kind of industrial style and another kind of industrial style, both of which are vernacular-like. And the question is whether or not one can replace the other easily, and I'm not sure yet. I mean, I think that Michael, what do you think? No.
I mean, I guess for me, the distinction is this building and that building have a relatively unself-conscious utilitarian character.
That's why.
There's nothing in those facades that's rhetorical. It is what it is. And the only piece of the garage that to the west side of our site that is other than utilitarian or rhetorical is that stepping parapet.
Right, but that's why Michael brought it up, because it's there. It matters.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll close the hearing then. Okay, I just want to let people know that we did get a letter from Greenwich Village Society of Historic Preservation. I think they're pleased with many of the changes that happened, that has been implemented in the revised proposal. They did raise the issue of the parapet, and they also raised the issue of the cornice on the building to the east.
Why? Because we were... Sorry.
I think the concern was just like how that cornice is expressed, and whether there's some way to sort of address that. All right, I think that this proposal is, I think the changes are very successful, in my opinion. I personally don't feel it's necessary to keep the parapet. I think that it would, in fact, be somewhat awkward to have this building behind it. And I think, this is a utilitarian building, and yes, there's some aesthetics to it. But I think, again, why this proposal to me is really successful is because it may not be just that we want to retain the garage building, but it's also about the scale and the variations in scale along the street. And so I think what makes this successful is that, especially with the tower being taken away, part of the building being set back, the height of the glass wall, which was a part which contains the garden. With all those changes, I think this building feels like it's a complex of multiple buildings, and it has a variation in scale, which I think is characteristic of various streets in the district. So I think that works well. I think just the material works well as well. And I would say just on the cornice, I think that if they're trying to bring that building more in line with what it was historically, then I think it'd be helpful if they actually work with our staff to see how to get the right detail. But otherwise, I think I could support it. I think that the height of the penthouse was an area that I had asked some questions, and I would prefer to see it go away, but I think that I'm interested in what the commissioners think about the height that's still at the back where we have the penthouse. So that's, I guess, my comments. Other comments? Yes, Michael.
I too am gratified by some of the changes that have been made, and I agree with the community board discussion about this, but I remain adamant that the obliteration of that garage parapet, which is part of the streetscape, part of what was designated for an unnecessary reason, is an inappropriate approach to this building, and I don't see why the addition can't be moved back to become a subservient facade to that original facade. I think the argument that if you take that parapet down and have to rebuild it, it's inauthentic is really a weak one. We do that everywhere. They do it every 25 years in Nagoya, Japan. They take down temples that were originally built in the 15th century and reconstruct them. It's not a question of inauthenticity. For me, it's a question of the saving of the streetscape here that was part of the designation of the district.
Right, I understand that, but I think if you go and you read the report, what the whole sort of philosophy behind these garage buildings was that these were not necessarily contributing buildings. And so that was not the reason why this district was created. I think it recognizes that they were there, but I think they also make a very clear statement that they anticipate that these garages over time are going to be redeveloped. So I think one of the things to think about is just like the aesthetic of that garage. I think the report doesn't talk about it in terms of aesthetic terms, that this is a building that has historic fabric that must be retained. But the other issue is about the scale of garages and what does that mean to the district. And so, from that perspective, I think, even if the building is taken down, the garage is taken down, I think I don't think I have a problem with that. But the fact that they're retaining it is positive as well. Whether it needs to have the parapet, I don't think is necessary for this entire building to be approvable and appropriate. Yes.
For me, the distance traveled between the first scheme and this scheme is almost immeasurable, and I'm sure it was tough for the owner to get over some of the changes because they seem to be desired, but absolutely necessary to get the mass in scale with the street, which I think it is now. I also want to just bring up design, and that sometimes when something fits in and it's the right scale, and in this case, it's a series of scales. The chair brought up this it's like a series of buildings, a little complex, which I think is very interesting. And now we just have to accept, I think, that we have a skilled designer looking and creating a very unusual complex, a residential complex here in a very sensitive part of our city. But to me, all these little pieces, like the parapet saved from the garage or not, I mean, agreed that these garages were not the reason the district was designated, and I don't think saving pieces of it matters to me. It's the gestalt of the overall design now that is important, and I think what we have is now a building, a complex which respects the scale of the street. It didn't do that before, but it does now. The materials are interesting, even if different from the red brick of the townhouses. And I just think we're creating a beautiful new, if very unusual, complex, and I think design matters, and in that way, good design now is appropriate and it fits in. So I can support it in total, the way it's presented.
I think I agree with Commissioner Bland, but I would add that very little I'd add, but just that it seems to me that the power of that design is in this incredibly abundant and generous and poetic garden that kind of overtakes, this assemblage, this garden that reminds of, Roberto Burle Marx, the Brazilian landscape architect. This garden really reminds me of that, the drawings do. And so I think it actually could have retained the parapet and still been as powerfully, had such an impact and as beautiful. And actually, the element that is least convincing, I think, is that wall of that kind of glazed parapet that you've inserted in terms of the design. But beyond that, I do think it's in every way appropriate and much improved.
Diana?
I do find the design in general very successful, and I think certainly that the garden is a lovely element. I, as you do, find the height of the penthouse a bit distracting, the height of that element. I realize it balances in the design, but I feel like right next to the very small garage that it's like, that's why I was asking about recessing as opposed to perhaps eliminating it. And I did want to just comment on the garages in general. I realize they're not a contributing factor, but I sometimes think about them in the village as having a character a little bit like the carriage houses, and that there will be garages that we think are really distinctive and need to be preserved. In this case, it's lost a lot of that original character that was really kind of exceptional, where we sometimes ask people to preserve and then move beyond it. So I just wanted to put in a case for some garages in the village.
I agree.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Chapin. I think the last time we heard this, at least a couple of commissioners perhaps including myself, mentioned this notion that, we understand how the building was called out at the time, but our vision of the village has changed over time, and that garages like this have gained a substantial amount of significance, and I think, hours worth of testimony suggests that that probably is true, and I agree with that. I also agree with Commissioner Shamir-Barron about this notion that the least attractive thing about the design is that wall of glass to me, and if it is possible to preserve the cornice there, the parapet, the way it is designed, I'm with Commissioner Devonshire on that. I'd prefer to retain it, and I think that this is a skilled architect. They can find a way to achieve both those goals: the glass wall with the trees behind it, etc.
Sorry.
I don't want to design. Obviously, I'm the last person in this room who's going to design it for them, but I do think that the vision of that as a garage is important to me.
Okay. All right. Others? Yes, Wellington.
I agree with most of what has been said. I think this is a vast improvement over the last design, and I think the breaking up the masses, reducing the bulk is an enhancement, and also setting back on the eastern side, and I think the architect and the design team has done a skillful job. And I think what's troubling some of the members is obviously that disappearance of that original parapet wall. And I think looking at the rendering, you can see it's like maybe it's the horizontal line as a compromise. Somewhere along the western pavilion side, there's no longer that horizontal. If you look at the front cover of this original photo, is that the horizontality is heavily stressed. And so I don't know if that's something. That's why my eyes keep on being drawn to the western side and this band. I don't know whether this, because of zoning, that they had to be at the front part, that 3 foot or whatever. Whether this thing, but I'm not going to tinker with the design. Just a random thought.
Yes, Jeannie.
I feel like I need to add, I'm in agreement with everybody, and I do want to commend, it really was a major rethinking of the project, and the result is actually quite beautiful and in keeping with the character of the street, and I also think the materials are lovely. And yet a bit different. We're not looking for our designers or the architects to duplicate exactly what's there. I did feel and do feel that in the rhythm of the street at the very end of this little, I'm going to call it a tower, at the very end, it's not quite in keeping with the rhythm of the street, but it seems necessary for the project. So, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, I know that Michael, just let me find out. I think there's one issue that's on the table, which is about trying to retain that parapet. And I think that, for me, again, this is what's before us. Do we find it appropriate as is or with these changes? But I think this idea of retaining that profile changes the design of this building. And I think that, I don't feel comfortable sort of saying that, okay, that's the modification. I think this building is appropriate as is. And but I know some of the commissioners don't feel that way, but let me ask other commissioners, Michael, that you feel that they want to retain it. Yes, Kim?
I don't need the parapet to come back. I think that's appropriate the way it is.
Would be inappropriate.
Okay. So I think we have the 6 commissioners who are okay with it, even if we don't put that parapet. Let me ask about the penthouse. Are we fine with the height of the penthouse? Okay, all right. And the cornice, I would just say try to work with staff to make it more historic, since that's what they were trying to achieve on that building. Okay. All right, so Wellington?
So the only thing is modification is only the cornice.
Yeah.
In the matter of 8589 Jane Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to alter the facades and construct rooftop additions, noting that the building's topology, scale, materials, and details among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Further noting that this block contains a mix of building styles and functions, reflecting the area's layers of development and mixed use through the later 19th and earlier 20th centuries. I recommend approval with modification, finding that the restoration of the existing facade will retain the fenestration patterns and utilitarian features which are harmonious with other existing historic industrial buildings, typically found throughout this portion of the historic district, that the existing buildings are utilitarian in nature and were historically altered to accommodate changing industrial and commercial use. And therefore, the presence of visible rooftop structures will be in keeping with the character and ongoing adaptive reuse of the buildings. That the scale and irregular massing of the rooftop additions and bulkheads featuring variations in height and facade planes is consistent with utilitarian rooftop accretions found at historic industrial buildings in this district and on this block. That the simple design, materials, details, and fenestration patterns of the proposed street wall extension and rooftop additions, including masonry, steel, and glass, are in keeping with the utilitarian character of industrial buildings and rooftop accretions found in the historic district. That the contemporary use of metal frame glazing and Roman brick at the proposed street wall and addition will help to differentiate these accretions from the original buildings. That the extension of the existing rear addition will not eliminate any significant feature of the rear facade and will not be visible from public thoroughfares to the north. However, noting that we recommend that the applicant work with the staff in regard to the cornices.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
2 opposed. This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're moving back to the public hearing agenda. We're on item number 5. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-1765. This is 801 Riverside Drive, located within the Audubon Park Historic District. It's an arts and crafts style apartment house designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1919. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp, steps, planters, and lighting within the entry court.
Good morning, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 801 Riverside Drive in the Audubon Park Historic District. The building is located at the intersection of Riverside Drive and West 157th Street. For your reference, this is the existing entrance to the building. This proposal is to modify this areaway court and install steps, a ramp, planters, and light fixtures. The Commission saw a similar proposal for this building in 2011, which only included a ramp and planters. The applicant has since worked with the tenants for a design that they feel better meets their needs. The applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Candy Strickler-Motoro. I am a unit owner and one of the board members for 801 Riverside Drive. And as I mentioned, we are looking to renovate the front entrance of our building to include a ramp and that I believe is our, we're looking to renovate the front entrance of the building to include the barrier-free access, a ramp, as well as stairs that will sort of go alongside the ramp and lead into the building. In 2011, we did have a design that we approved that was not inclusive of any input from the tenants, from the residents. So though it was approved, we sort of went back and said, okay, let's try to do something that will include the input from the residents so there's a little more ownership of the design. So we did go back in the original design when we had the ramp. I've had my eyes dilated this morning, so I apologize if I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing as I'm going through this, so hopefully I'm doing okay. So just let me back up a little bit because we're doing the light fixture now. So going back, so we did get the input from the residents. 80% of the owners, if you will, decided they wanted to use the design that was selected. So we decided to go with that and make a change and represent. We have utilized elements that are similar to buildings in the community, so we're certain that the design is in keeping with what else is going on, what is appropriate for the period, what is appropriate for the neighborhood. The light fixtures are one. This is one of the options that we settled on. And these are some of the other light fixtures from buildings in the general vicinity, some of the facades, to give a bit of a comparison. The front entrance, the door, this is the design that was selected for the door. Again, we've been assured is within the range of what is appropriate for the period and for the building. These are some of the other options that we had. And that is the design of the site. So we're seeking approval to get the renovations done. We're hoping that it is certainly within keeping for the period, the neighborhood, and it will meet everyone's approval and tags with all of the residents.
So that design is rejected, so why didn't you, yes, better to show the one that's before us right now.
This is like a giant water slide.
Right, so it's, I think the light fixtures have changed. It was, that was, I think, half ramp, half stairs, and now I think it's 2/4, 1/4, so 2/3, 1/3?
Yes, that was what was settled on, that was what was eventually approved by or what was selected, I should say, by the owners, by the residents of the building.
Okay, yes, Diana?
I believe what the commission previously approved was a symmetrical design with a ramp in the middle. Am I wrong?
The ramp, the original approval in 2011 was for the ramp.
It was all
Just a ramp, okay,
And
just
I
a
think
ramp,
that
okay.
the people within the building wanted the option of having stairs.
Exactly, wanted to have the option to have either
Yeah.
ramp and or.
I believe part of the reason we ended up with it was the struggle to have something that looks symmetrical, but anyway.
The original?
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the original sign?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay, that predates my involvement on the board, so I wouldn't be able to say what transpired getting that approved originally.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any questions? Any speakers on this item? No speakers? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 12 recommends approval. Okay, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. By comments? Any concerns? Okay, great. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, in the matter of 801 Riverside Drive in the Audubon Park Historic District, this is an application to install barrier-free access ramp, steps, planters, and lighting within the entry court. I note that the building style, scale, and materials and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Audubon Park Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the replacement of the simply designed granite platform and steps and concrete paving will not detract from the composition of the entrance or eliminate a significant architectural or historic feature of the site, and will facilitate the accommodation of barrier-free access. That the ramp, steps, planters, and handrails will conceal only a small portion of plain masonry at the building facades and will be compatible with the scale and proportions of the entrance and building. That the placement of the ramp and simply designed handrails offset the central entrance will not obscure the entrance or significant features of the building. That the simple design, materials, and symmetrical placement of the planters will help these installations to remain harmonious. Secondary elements at the modestly designed symmetrical entrance. That the brick cladding of the planters will match the material of the building base, and that the proposed light fixtures are in keeping with the light fixtures historically found at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of basic design, materials, and finish, and will be well scaled to the facade.
A second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 6 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 175065. This is 40 West 96th Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1897, and the application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 40 West 96th Street. It's located on the south side of the street between Columbus Avenue and Central Park West, in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to construct a rear addition. The addition doesn't meet our staff level rules because it will be taller than the majority of rear yard additions within this block. However, I also do want to note it will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, and the applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning. My name is May Carino. I'm the project manager from the architecture firm Design Plus Urbanism. This view within the red dashed line is our property, 40 West 96th Street. It's in a row house of 5 historic townhouses. For context, this house is on the south side of 96th Street between Columbus and Central Park West. As you see in our plot plan, the first number 1. We aren't doing anything to the front facade of the building. Our proposed work is at the rear on drawing number 2. Excuse me, on drawing number 2 in the orange area. We have some sight lines indicating that this isn't visible from the street level. We are proposing a 4-story addition and to build out to the 30-foot setback of the property line. In the plan and the bottom images, you can start to see where we're going to be adding the addition. This is an existing and proposed axon, just to get a better idea of the addition from existing to proposed. You'll see that we are adding 4-story addition in the orange area. And then we're adding a roof deck to the L that sticks out. I just want to note that at the community board, prior to this, I proposed an addition that was 5 stories tall. Based on their comments, we reduced the addition to a 4-story build-out and not a 5-story to maintain the 5th floor existing corbelling and the sight lines for the rear area. Here we've documented the rear donut. On our side, on our facade and the adjacent buildings, you'll see I've numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Particularly building number 7, it seems that they have built an addition greater than 4 stories, and their build-out, it's a 7-story addition, or it's a 7-story building, 4-story addition, and it seems that their build-out comes back past the 30-foot property line. Looking to the south side, standing on the L, documenting the south side of the donut, particularly building number 12 and number 9, seem to give us precedence for our 4-story build-out. They too have 4-story build-outs, and a roof deck on the 3rd level, which is the L. And then our adjacent neighbor, adjacent townhouse next to us, has a roof deck on the L of their building. This is some documentation of, we've done rendering of the rear elevation. This is the existing, and the top plan view, the orange, is where we'll be adding the addition. This is our existing and proposed drawings relevant to the 5 neighboring townhomes. This axon and rear elevation, we're trying to indicate what's being demolition and then what's being proposed. I just wanted to emphasize that on the 5th floor, we are just replacing the windows and maintaining the facade and marbling at the top. Our roof deck on the 3rd floor in our proposed plan, we've taken precedence from our neighbor as they have roof decks on, or they have balconies on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. Just more in context with our neighboring buildings. I feel like the orange indicates our modest addition. And the windows, we tried to keep in proportion with our adjacent buildings and also providing sufficient light and air for the space beyond. Our section, the gray indicates no area of work, which is predominantly to the front of the building. We're just working on the areas in the back. Again, these are our plans, our existing plans from the cellar, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and roof plan. The orange indicates where we're doing demolition. Our proposed plan, our transverse section, it's a CMU construction to provide the 3-hour fire rating with a brick base painted to match the adjacent buildings, adjacent neighboring townhomes.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions? Any questions? We'll take testimony. Sean Karsandi.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee finds the applicant's proposal to be largely appropriate. The applicant's restraint, particularly in limiting the extension to retain the original fabric of the dogleg and opting to integrate rather than replace it, does not go unnoticed. An earlier version of this had a cantilevered balcony that we wanted to speak about, but it has been removed too, so I can say our committee supports this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right, Community Board 7's resolution recommends disapproval of the rear yard addition and cellar excavation. And I'm just trying to note whether this was before the top floor was removed. It says that they had concerns about the addition, expressed concerns that the addition should terminate 1 story below the top of the building, which is being done, right?
That's right, yes.
They did that already, right. And then the design of the fenestrations needs to be more carefully considered as an overall design, more visually unified with the new facade, and that the facade design could not be adequately evaluated within its context given insufficient information. All right. That's what CB7 said.
In regards to the cellar excavation, we did the proposal in that presentation. The excavation was just a little bit larger. It's not shown here, but it was a little bit larger to allow a light well to provide light to the cellar space, which is a recreational space. Although, due to some pushback and thinking to just very simplify our design, we've only limited the excavation to just where the addition is.
Okay.
So that's also been updated in this.
Okay, great. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think it's good. Okay, great. Jeannie?
In the matter of docket 17-5065, 40 West 96th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1897. The application is to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that none of the proposed work will alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features or be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the proposed rear yard addition will not extend to the rear lot line or substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard. That the addition will not rise to the full height of the building or extend to the depth of the existing L, thereby helping to preserve a sense of the building's original volume and its relationship to the other buildings in the row. That the height of the addition and its limited projection from the rear yard within the context of this row with deeper three-story additions and apartment buildings will not overwhelm the row or diminish the central green space, and that the rear of the building will retain the scale and character of an individual row house.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 7. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 187609. This is 420 Amsterdam Avenue, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. It's a Beaux-Arts-style apartment building designed by Henry F. Cook and built in 1898. The application is to install storefront infill.
Good afternoon, Metropolitan Preservation staff. As Joe mentioned, this is 420 Amsterdam. The storefront is on the corner here. It has a modern infill. The proposal is to maintain the existing bulkheads, transoms, and entry infill, but remove the 3 display windows and install operable bays, which you can see on the annex section here. So the bulkheads would stay. There's a ramp in front, and there's transoms, and it wraps around the corner. That's the extent of the proposal. The architect is here if you have any further questions.
Okay,
There's some precedent in the neighborhood, some which the commission has approved. That's on the last page.
okay, do we have any questions? Okay. Sean Crisandi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee sees nothing wrong with the existing storefront, one that builds off of pre-existing datum lines within the rusticated base for location of both suggested transom and sill. While collectively we have nothing against the spirit of the changes proposed, our committee would prefer that anything, relate to its context. Neither lighting band, sign band, bifold windows, nor sill align to any of the many given benchmarks of the predominantly horizontal defining features of the surrounding masonry. Minor adjustments of mere inches, raising the sill on the avenue or lowering the header to align with the existing features and components of the landmark would be far more appropriate. The committee otherwise supports this application.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this application? Speakers, Community Board 7 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Can we close the hearing? All right, comments? I think it's good. Any issues? Okay. John.
In the matter of docket number 18-7609, 420 Amsterdam Avenue, in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, the application is to install storefront infill. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed alterations will not eliminate historic or significant building fabric, that the proposed display windows will fit within the existing modern storefront framing in openings framed by the historic piers and storefront bulkheads, thereby retaining the historic rhythm and scale of the facade, and that the configuration and operation of the modified storefront infill will be in keeping with the commercial character of Amsterdam Avenue.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 8. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 190421. This is 120 West 74th Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Queen Anne Romanesque Revival-style row house with Moorish elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1886-87. The application is to construct a new stoop and a rear yard addition.
Good morning, Commissioners, Meredith Lee, Preservation staff. The application is for modifications at 120 West 74th Street, which is a 5-story row house located in the middle of West 74th Street between Amsterdam Avenue and Columbus Avenue on the south side of the block in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. There are 2 parts to this proposal. First includes modifications to the front entrance, specifically the installation of a box stoop. The second portion of the proposal includes the removal of a 3-story rear L and the construction of a 4-story rear yard addition, which will not project farther into the yard than the existing L. The architect is here to explain the details of the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Vitano. I'm the architect for the project. The project is located on the south side of West 74th Street. It is a Romanesque with Moorish detail townhouse that is part of a row of houses that was built in the late 19th century as part of I want to show, as part of a group of houses for the same developer. However, the houses that were built as part of this row are all varied in their detailing and their styles. Our house has a twin right next to it, and it has one here at 116, which is similar but still different, and that is important with regards to the stoop. This is current condition of the house. The stoop has been removed as of an application that we found from 1920. As most of the houses on this block, or at least as part of this group, have had their stoops removed. The Moorish detailing and most of the detailing on the facade is in very poor condition, which we plan to restore to its original condition. Here is an example of the building permit that was taken out in 1920 that states in that location right there that among other works or other scope of work is the removal of the stoop. The text photo from 1940 showing the stoop already removed. And we went, as part of that 1920 application, we were able to locate this drawing, which unfortunately doesn't show the existing condition in 1920 of the parlor floor, but it does show the basement. And down here it says basement clearly. This is a little bit of an enlargement of that section. And if you look closely, you can see the outline here of what is the stoop construction on the basement level. And right here clearly stating that there was a stoop there. So for us, the question was, well, before I move to that, is to show some evidence on the inside that there actually was a door frame. There's a door saddle and double blocking and framing that would indicate that there was a door there. I mentioned the house at 114 earlier, which would play a role in how we decided we were going to restore the stoop, because it obviously shows a stoop. Same architect, similar construction, except for this bay window is centered, where our bay window is to one side with the twin to the opposite side. So this stoop, it's my understanding that the stoop at 114 in that photo was used to rebuild the stoop here, which is at 124. The difference between the house at 114 and 124 in sort of facades or elements of the facade that we took into our stoop was the balustrade right here on the third level. We chose to basically take the same shape as the stoop on 114 that was replicated here, except instead of having these little arched windows and a rusticated bottom, we have a smooth bottom on the top with a cornice and a balustrade that accentuates the corners of the stoop. Some elevations of existing and the proposed stoop. And here's a detailed plan of the stoop and what it would look like. We're also proposing to put just a box here for garbage, and we're planning on finishing it in wood. If it's inappropriate to the commission, we're glad to take recommendations for what material we should use for this box here. An elevation of the interior, and this is a sort of axonometric of what the stoop would look like as constructed. And here's the box that I'm mentioning. The idea here is to have some planting on the top of the box with space underneath for recycling and garbage cans. The second part of the proposal has to do with the rear yard. These are the Sanborn maps of what the property is like now, and this is what our proposal would look like. I'd like to point out that 3 houses over, there's an addition basically exactly to the one that we're proposing. And a little further down the block, there's actually an addition that takes up the entire rear lot. This is just a close-up of that shot. Some more contextual images of the addition. This is the addition that I mentioned is exactly as we are proposing. And these are shots of what the existing condition is like. So our proposal would build a 4-story addition up to this level with a roof deck, keeping with the same cornice line here as the original, and adding just this sort of parapet line to the back. The fenestration has the same rhythm as as this floor of the original design. Some sections just showing that this is the original extension, which extends now 13.7. Ours will extend the full 3 feet less to comply with the 30 feet rear setback. And this section here shows us a sight line of a bulkhead, because there will be an elevator that we intend on installing on the interior, and it shows from across the street that the cornice line and this sort of pitched, I'm not sure what you call that kind of element, but this pitched decorative element will be blocking any view of the bulkhead. And the last images just show basically the floor plans.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Right, we can take testimony. Sean Crisandi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Crisandi for Landmark West. Initially, one of our concerns was with the rear parapet, and that's also been revised and brought back down for the cornice line. So we appreciate and are grateful for the dogleg stoop and are in support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Concerning the stoop, HDC is pleased to see that a stoop will be brought back, but wishes to make a plea for better details. The stoop 2 doors down from this one at number 124 provides a perfect intact example to survey and copy at number 120. Specifically, we would suggest that the details articulated on the garden level at the stoop at 124 be replicated here. In the rear, we find the full width arrangement of the addition to be acceptable, but since this block's rear dog legs benefit from a uniform height, HDC feels that this roof line should be maintained by bringing down the height of the proposed addition and preserving the top 2 floors. We would also suggest that an iron roof rail be installed on top of the addition rather than a solid parapet in order to avoid cutting off the bottoms of the windows on the floor above, and that the proportion of the window openings be studied further, perhaps incorporating 5 narrower windows to maintain the odd number of windows found on the original rear facade. Lastly, our committee wondered whether the corbelled brick cornice at the top of the rear facade is being eliminated, and if so, would advocate for its retention. When we reviewed the drawings, it appeared that it was not rendered, so thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 7 recommends approval. Let me just. Okay, I'm sorry, it's a long thing, so. Do we have any other questions? I'll flip through them very quickly, but do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then.
So moved.
Are you all waiting for me? Okay, just see. Okay, so it's been broken up into a few sections. They approved the facade and restoration work. Community board supports the reconstruction of the new stoop, but disapproves the proposed stoop design. I hope I'm reading the right thing. Okay. Rooftop bulkhead, do you have a rooftop bulkhead?
Yes, there is.
Okay, yes. Okay, so let me just see. Community board approves the design of the new bulkhead. And finally, Community Board 7 disapproves the design of the renovated rear facade and new rear yard addition.
I can speak to
Yes, please go ahead.
To the part of the stoop, we had originally proposed to put a different stoop at our client's request that was sort of across the street. And then the stoop that was presented to the community board, we've since revised it to the stoop that they're talking about, the one President wants me to.
Okay.
With the exception of the balustrade is, takes the place of the little arches that they have in that stoop. That's the only difference between the two. Well, that and the rustication. So I can show it to you. So this is the stoop at 124, and this part of it is rusticated underneath this cornice line, and we're just proposing it to be smooth underneath there. And they have, rather than having the balusters here, we are proposing balusters here that will be duplicated from the ones at that level.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I think we actually already closed the hearing, so. Okay, comments? Yes.
I think I agree with the testimony about using 124 as a model. The drawing at LPC 10 shows the handrails actually turning and dropping down and dead ending into the sidewalk, which is something that I find it hard to believe has ever been done. So in any case, I'd use 124 as the model for
Okay, so maybe we can ask them to
details on
work with staff to work on the details and look at 124 as a model. Okay, are there any other comments or suggestions? Okay, so why don't we move to decision, John, with that caveat? Oh, Adi, sorry.
Okay. In the matter of 120 West 74th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, Queen Anne Romanesque Revival-style row house with Moorish elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1886-87. The application is to construct a new stoop and a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant historic fabric or significant alterations to the building which may have occurred over time, that the construction of the proposed stoop will return a missing significant historic feature to the building, that the building historically had a box stoop, and while the details may be different, the returned presence of a box stoop will contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the building in the row, that the design, materials, and finish of the proposed entrance doors at the parlor floor are consistent with doors historically found on row houses of this age and style, that the proposed poured concrete stoop with brownstone finish will resemble the brownstone stoop found on the adjacent house in historic photographs in terms of masonry material, color, and dimensions, that the proposed addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and the top floor will be retained, thereby preserving the building's relationship to other houses in the row, that the rear facade of the addition will not project further into the rear yard than the existing addition or the other rear yard additions within the block, and therefore will not further diminish the central green space, and that the work will not detract from the special character of the Upper East Side West Side, it should be, Historic District, and that the applicant will work with staff to refine the details of the stoop.
Okay. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 9. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness for Borough of Manhattan, docket number 181047. This is 127 West 88th Street, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Alonzo Kite and built in 1898. The application is to legalize the installation of an areaway fence without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The application before you is to legalize the installation of a fence, a 6'2" fence without permits from the Commission. At the time of designation, there was a shorter fence in place, which you can see over here, a 4'10" fence, which is what exists at the adjacent house. And the applicant, the square case here to explain further.
Thank you. My name is Umberto Squarcia, and we can continue to go through these slides. The photograph on the left shows the designation picture. This picture was taken in the 1980s. The condition of the areaway was added in the 1960s. So there was a fence, 4'10", but that wasn't as part of the original line of row houses that we have on 88th Street. This is another comparison between the pre-existing fence, which surrounded a system of planters made in brick. Those are also were added in the 60s. On the other side, we have the existing fence, the new fence with the new areaway. And you can see the stoop was brought back as per the original design of the row houses. This is the condition of the planters in time, also because of the tree. They had infiltrations in the cellar, in the basement, and these bricks, the roots started to push. So the fence was damaged, and they partially covered the original stone steps of the entrance to the house. There's a key plan showing the house is located where in the red spot in the middle of the block, inside that green rectangular area. Those are all similar row houses. Those from number 131 to 111, they're the same design, so built in the same time, with some variations we can see. In the block, we have some examples of similar height fences. Number one, and across the street, there's one, 3 fences. 2 other cases, but they're not for residential homes. Also in the block, as you can see, other fences that were added in front of these row houses. Here, the height is lower than what we have in the site. Outside the block, but in the same area, in the same district, not far away, we saw examples of taller fences. It looks like from a historical study that the fences, most of these fences were added after the townhouses were built. So built in the late 1800s, the fences were added in time, in 1920s, 1930s, 1960s, even later. So this is another example. There's a tall fence and a shorter fence on the side, which it looks like there's no typical design to refer to. Looks like the fences were built one by one by the owners. There's another key plan showing, showing all these are the entrances of the row houses of similar to 127. As you can see, they all add alterations. On the top left, there's a picture of an historical picture. That's the way the row houses looked in the beginning. So they had a small 3-step stoop with low parapet walls leading into the entrance. Some houses still have it. Some blocked it. Some changed the entrance to the side. So all these homes, looking from the street from afar, they look the same if you look from the second floor up. But on the street line, they look that they were altered in many different ways. The one on the top on the left is the original design, but the facade was painted. Top right, the facade was covered with brick in a modern style, and other fences with combinations of low walls and edges. The clients wanted a taller fence for some security improvement to the property. So what I could have done was increasing the spacing between the rods by 1 inch approximately, so that at least it wouldn't look too oppressive, too dense. You can see the comparison between the fence to the side. You can see that the fence is on the same line of every other fence on the property, and on the bottom picture, at the far end of the picture, you see the line of stoops that are also coming into the sidewalk. Those are part of the same block, but the blue group of buildings, they're all row houses with stoops. At the end, we studied the whole block, the north side of the street where the building 127 is located, and this is all the groups of buildings. On the 2 corners you have tall modern buildings, but in the middle you have a group of stoop row houses, row houses with street level entrances, and this is an apartment building, the pre-war apartment building. And then one by one, from Columbus Avenue all the way going east to Amsterdam Avenue, you see each property showing what is there. Other than the stoops, they all have some kind of fence, and I put the heights of each one. So there's various heights, mostly around 4 or 5 foot height, and but there's no real texture or a real historical example to follow. So we followed the request of the clients to have a taller fence for security, and this is the end of the block. So there are some precedents, but it's slightly higher than the rest. The context is various, I would say.
Okay. Yes, Diana?
So the proposal is to take out some of the pickets? What is the proposal as far as, we'll go back to that, okay?
No, the proposal is to, okay,
there you are.
Here's the fence was built. And it was built taller than, in a different design also. The design of the original, the previous fence was, had basically no style. It went along with the brick alteration. This is these are all the other fences.
Yeah. So the existing is, has more spacing at the top, although it is 6 foot 2.
It has more spacing.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Sean Crisandi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is generally against legalizations because they short-circuit the process and often reward applicants who do not follow the rules in the first place. In the case of 127 West 88th Street, we understand the interest in protecting one's private property and are not against a fence, nor even a fence erected above a knee wall as shown in the majority of precedents from this block. Our committee's concern lies with the height of the fence, which is easily a foot taller than necessary. In our committee's view, while the material and style of the fence are appropriate and might well have been approved had they gone before the full commission, we feel strongly that the height would have been amended. The commission has the opportunity to make this correction, or at least not endorse this infraction. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this fence to be too tall. While the height seems unnecessary, if it is still desired and deemed appropriate by the commission, we find that a more substantial fence with refined details would be necessary. Something thicker, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? Okay, Community Board 7 recommends disapproval of the legalization of this replacement. Okay. Yes. You can say, do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay. We can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right. Comments?
It's inappropriate, too high.
Okay. Should we ask them to lower it? Yeah. Okay. And let's try and get them to work with staff and lower it to a height that's in sort of the family of heights along the block. I think, what I noticed is that, there are variations, and so perhaps it could be taller than what it was originally, but I think that you'll see that some of the taller fences are on institutional buildings, so I think that's a little bit different. There are also some cases where the amount of fence is just a small inset. I think this is compounded because it runs, I think essentially runs three sides. Right. And so I think that it really does become a barricade that is a departure from what you see in the district. So why don't we ask that they work with the staff to establish the right height, and then they bring down the height of the fence.
Yeah, particularly
yes.
Some of the adjacent premises.
Right.
I think there's nothing on one side, but the one to the right of it looks like about 5, maybe? It's unclear.
Right.
Maybe.
So why don't they look at the ones that are actually on this block and not
that same
go, further away from that? Okay.
Yeah.
Diana?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just, okay. Yes. Excuse me. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, block lot 8, block 1219, lot 19, 127 West 88th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of a non-original fence which existed at the time of designation did not alter, eliminate, or damage any significant architectural features of the building site or historic district, that the placement of the fence aligns with neighboring fences, that the simple design of the existing fence is in keeping with ironwork of a building of this age, type, and style, and blends with the other fences in the streetscape. However, I find that the height of the fence is excessive and overwhelms the building and the streetscape, and I recommend that the applicant work with the staff to lower the height of the fence to be comparable to the height of neighboring fences.
Okay. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved. And we will take a lunch break and come back at 1:10 for our afternoon session on Museum of Natural History.
I'm meeting with my accountant. I might be a minute or two late.
Sure.
Okay, Commissioners, last item on the agenda is an application for a binding report in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 192740. This is 200 Central Park West, the American Museum of Natural History, an individual landmark. This is a complex of museum, exhibition, and support buildings designed by Vaux and Mold, Katie Bergen C., Trowbridge and Livingston, John Russell Pope, Charles Volz, and others, located within a park and built between 1874 and 1935. The application is to demolish 3 buildings and construct an addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for the American Museum of Natural History, an individual landmark and also located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to construct an addition, and the project team is here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you, Ann.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Futter, President of the American Museum of Natural History, and we are very pleased to be here today to present an application for the Gilder Center for Science, Education, and Innovation. And I'd like to begin by providing some background about the museum and the project and the thinking behind it. Many of you are familiar with the museum and with the fact that in addition to exhibitions, we have approximately 200 research scientists and more than 33 million specimens and artifacts, which scientists and students use daily on site, as well as a robust educational program. Understanding these multiple aspects of the museum and the interplay among them is important to understanding the new building and how it will address a set of critical external and internal needs. And I want to begin first, if I may, with the internal needs. Our annual attendance has grown to approximately 5 million people a year, including some 500,000 school and camp group visitors. The new program and visitor space will alleviate current pressure in several important ways. By curing confusing and frustrating visitor circulation, by relieving congestion in the halls and eliminating dead ends, and by connecting 10 different buildings at approximately 30 locations. Turning to the external needs, science education in our country is in crisis. There is an urgent need to enhance the public understanding of science, to ensure an engaged and informed citizenry. And from our extensive work with New York City school children and with their teachers, we are particularly aware of their needs for high-quality science and education resources. It is critical that the Gilder Center be part of and connected to our existing museum complex in order to provide access to authentic scientific materials, to our scientists and educators, and to the high-quality education resources that are on site at the museum. The Gilder Center will be a museum-wide building, integrating science, education, and exhibition more fully than ever before. And what I mean by this is that every aspect of what we do at the museum is part of the new building. And it is all designed to work together so that visitors will be able to observe and participate in the processes of scientific discovery. As our architect, Jeannie Gang, will describe, the architecture itself of the Gilder Center is intended to inspire that very sense of discovery. And now I'd like to turn to Mike Novacek, our Senior Vice President and Provost of Science. Mike?
Thank you, Ellen, and good afternoon. I'm Mike Novacek. As Ellen said, I'm Senior Vice President and Provost of Science at the museum and also a curator at the museum. As Ellen mentioned, many people are not aware that the museum is an active scientific research institution, an enterprise that dates back to its founding in 1869. Nearly 150 years later, field expeditions, collecting, and lab research is at the heart of the museum's scientific work, informing its education and exhibition efforts as well. The Gilder Center will expand and improve the museum's ability to carry out its scientific mission in several areas, most critically through increasing and improving collection storage, as well as by extending existing scientific spaces and providing new spaces for research scientists and their students. But the Gilder Center will also go a step further. By revealing these scientific processes to the public, showing them how scientific research is conducted today and what it means to carry out collections-based research. I cannot overstate the importance of scientific collections to the research and training that takes place here. And I want to stress that this is an opportunity for discovery in science, just like a landscape or a different region of the world is an opportunity for discovery. Scientists from our museum and throughout the world return to discovery, make discoveries in our collection on a daily basis. It is very critical, those opportunities for discovery for science depends on their proximity to house those collections in our facility. Our collections represent one of the world's greatest assemblages of evidence for the scope, the richness, and the deep history of the cosmos, Earth and its myriad species, and human cultures. They are central and indispensable resources for all scientific research that we do. They are also literally the training ground for our many students and postdocs, and our students and scientists explore these collections, as I said, on a daily basis. The Gilder Center's dedicated collections facility will expand our storage footprint, a critical need stemming from the tremendous success of our research, which ranges from the study of the microbiome to the stellar evolution, and is behind a growth rate that averages roughly 50,000 new specimens each year. Many of these specimens are insects and microbial life, two groups where a vast majority of the world's undiscovered biodiversity resides. The Gilder Center will also rehouse a strategic selection of the collections in its collections core facility, a vertical feature spanning several floors that will showcase the working section of the museum's collections. These will be visible to the public and, of course, readily used by our scientists, students, and many visiting scholars. It will house mammals, butterflies, moths, bees, fishes, and fossil fishes, and many of these collections have a direct resonance with some of the main exhibits and experiences that will be in the Gilder Center. Thank you, and now I will turn to Bill Higgins.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, commissioners, and good afternoon, members of the public. Some people get to talk about the grandeur of science and the sweep of the institution, and some people get to talk about demolition. That's the unfortunate division of labor in the landmarks process. But in this case, I think that you will agree that we're talking about demolition with a small d rather than with a capital D. In order to locate the new building as deep as possible within the complex and thereby achieve a lot of the connectivity that's so important, and in order to minimize the impact on the park, we have chosen to place the new building back into the footprint of the institution. And doing so requires demolition of 3 buildings. The Weston Pavilion, Building 15, the original powerhouse, and Building 15A, a 1960s addition to that. In all cases, we are dealing for various reasons with buildings that are by no means crucial to the character of the institution, historical and/or in a state of integrity. Weston is a building that dates to 2000, which does not correspond to any known characteristics of historic building dating. 15, as you will see, has had very significant alterations multiple times over the years, and 15A dates to 1965 and is essentially a stucco box. So here, looking from northeast with Columbus Avenue behind us, are two of the buildings in question. This portion here, the glass, and the lighter colored portion is the 2000 Weston Pavilion. We are looking here at the west elevation of Building 15, which, as you can see, is stucco, undesigned, changed from its previous undesigned condition because it was always meant to be covered by a new building. This is Building 15. It's the north elevation. You can see it if you look at the key plan. The important matter here is that when the new powerhouse was built in the 1930s, the bottom of this north elevation was very severely altered in order to create a connector to the later powerhouse, which was subsequently demolished. And so you can see that there's a very distinct loss of integrity. This is Building 15, and this is really the architecturally most flattering image we could find of Building 15A. So I think that the facts, for various reasons, make it clear that we are not proposing to demolish portions of the complex which are historic, which maintain integrity, or which are significant to the architectural character of the complex. I would like to get to a more positive aspect, if I can. There are 5 themes that we have looked at and thought very carefully about in the very complex history, architectural and institutional, of the museum. And those themes have been very strong in helping to inspire the design approach to the new proposal. First of all, the master plan and the evolution of the campus. This is an image of the original master plan from the 1870s. Here is Central Park West. Here's 77th Street, here's Columbus Avenue and 81st Street, and the yellow dot is the location of the proposed new Gilder Center. A couple of aspects of the master plan that are significant. It is a grand and monumental, classically 19th century plan on each of the major facades. It calls for an architectural focal point, which is different in plane from the adjacent buildings, which is the site of a significant entry, and which has a sort of sculptural architectural character. Also, the master plan called for these major internal corridors, which not only formed courtyards for light and air, but also formed crucial linkages so that users of the complex could navigate, get around, know where they are. And a major issue is that this system of corridors has never been completed or even adequately brought forward. So the museum is full of dead ends, confusing places, and inability to navigate. Here's what's happened over time. This is a 1930s photograph which shows that the master plan has been partially built, and yet there's a kind of theme and variations quality where it's been partially built but it has been changed as well. Very early, the courtyards, or what was meant to be the courtyards, began to be filled in. Some portions were not built. This shows the Theodore Roosevelt Hall under construction in about 1933 or so. And so what we really have in the architectural history of the institution is, again, this sort of theme and variations, where the master plan has always been in many ways a guiding figure, but also given the evolution of the needs of the museum and the nature of the science that it deals with, the master plan has always been varied upon as well. And we think what we are proposing to do is in the spirit of that simultaneous following of the master plan and variation upon it. The master plan called for those major entrances, and essentially there are three of them. The 77th Street entrance, the first one, there's that major architectural focal point. The architectural focal point on the Central Park West elevation became the Theodore Roosevelt Hall. Architectural focal point to the north after 2000 is the Rose Center, and here's what we have at Columbus Avenue now. What we are proposing with the new Gilder Center is to build that architectural focal point, which again simultaneously follows the master plan, but in its respect for the park, which has evolved over time, etc., it is also a variation on the master plan as well. But clearly, it will create the fourth of those four great focal points on the four cardinal elevations, facades. Second theme, rectilinear plan and curvilinear forms. This is really a pretty interesting one, I think. The master plan is clearly very rectilinear with the four facades and the cross axes and the courtyards, but there is a powerful sub-theme that's happening of these curvilinear forms. They happen in the corner towers, which are almost freestanding of the facades. They're almost three-dimensional elements in themselves, and also the major focal points, which have these central entry areas with the rounded projecting towers. So there's a very sculptural quality that's happening within the rectilinear nature of the plan, and that has always been a strong contributor to the architecture of the complex. Not only in the earlier buildings, where you can very much see the presence of these sculptural curvilinear forms, but also in newer buildings like the Rose Center, where you see the powerful rectilinear statement of the glass enclosure, but the curvilinear sculptural sphere and the arched entry as well. We feel that that is a very fruitful architectural theme, and one which I think you'll see has been very much picked up in the new building. The landscape of the complex and its site have evolved over the years. Here's the best image we have of the original master plan. The master plan certainly is there architecturally. There never has been a master plan for the landscape. The closest we have is this, which basically shows these low parterres intended for or projected for the sort of front yards of the four major elevations. What really happened in that evolutionary theme that we've seen with respect to the architecture itself is that as the complex grew and as parts of it were built and parts remained unbuilt, there was this curving system of paths that developed that had a kind of naturalistic quality. Frederick Law Olmsted never did a master plan for this. The only utterance we have from Olmsted occurred at a Parks meeting in the 1870s, where he said that while there are unbuilt portions of the site, we need to do something to prevent them from being an eyesore. And he called for a sort of generally undulating green area. And that's as close to a plan as we have. And you can see in these four periods that basically that undulating quality has always remained in the landscape. It's changed according to use, it's changed as entries have evolved, etc. But our basic point is that there is this interaction between the evolving landscape and the evolving architecture, and we feel that what we are proposing respects both the architectural evolution and the landscape evolution as well. Evolving architectural style and materials are really the fourth and fifth of our themes. The museum has always striven, and we think succeeded, in producing very fine examples of the architecture of its period when the various parts of the building were built, ranging from the Victorian Gothic style of the very first building that you see here, to the Romanesque Revival style, to Beaux-Arts classicism in the Roosevelt Memorial, and then to more contemporary architectural language subsequently. As architecture has evolved, as the nature of what the institution does and the science that it pursues and portrays have evolved, so the architecture has evolved as well. And we feel that the right thing to do in this case is to continue that evolution and to strive to bring forward a building which is both genuinely contemporary and genuinely respectful of its evolving architectural context. With respect to materials, the final point, there's a great variety of materials to be found in the complex. The formal facades are mainly granite. There is the darker granite, and then there's the lighter granite, the so-called Milford pink, which you find, as you'll see, in the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial. But there's also considerable use of all kinds of other materials: brick, glass, stucco, concrete, copper, and other metals. And we feel that there's a kind of encyclopedic quality both on the street facades and in the functional internal side and rear portions of the building, which provide a fruitful palette of materials that can be used appropriately on the new building. This is a close-up of the Milford pink granite on the Central Park West facade of the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial. Here is the granite in the building, and here is a sample of the granite. The quarry is still open. The material is still available, and particularly because the two buildings are very much across from each other. They are parallel in so many ways. They will be at the ends of this east-west cross-axis, which is so important to create. We thought it made a huge amount of sense to take the historical material that is used in the Roosevelt Memorial and to use the same material in the west facade of the new Gilder Center. I cannot say that the contract is signed for this stone. However, the quarry is open, the team has been to the quarry, and all signs are that we will be able to use precisely the same stone from precisely the same source, which strikes me as a wonderfully symmetrical gesture. So with all of those themes in mind, Jeannie Gang is going to talk to you about the design itself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeannie Gang. I'm the architect for the Gilder Center. And today I would like to walk you through a little bit of, this was the last slide there, of a close-up of some of the stone and the rusticated stone on the existing building. I would like to walk you through the design of the Gilder Center and our thinking in designing the building in connection with this historic campus. Zooming back out to look at the master plan of the building with the Gilder Center inserted into the plan here. So this is a plan with north up, showing the floor plan of the building. And what you can see here, we started really with this Vox master plan and the campus layout as it is today. And one of the things that we discovered was that when people were getting lost in all these dead ends, we found out that with editing a few things around the central Lafrac Theater, we could actually reestablish the 79th Street axis through the building. So you would come through, along, and around and out, which will go a long way toward clarifying circulation. So really starting this design concept from the inside out. We were really interested in this connectivity, and were able to establish over 30 new connections to facilitate movement in this building, and 10 just in this location right here, as you see. So we thought of this building really as an insertion into the historic fabric that is really connecting to the original plan, but as opposed to stepping out the way that the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial does, it acknowledges the park by being connective with the existing buildings and acknowledging this space of the park in front of it. And so as we were inspired by connectivity, we really looked at geological forces like water and wind, so these forces that create these landscapes that are important, for the historical record of the planet, because the smooth forms of slot canyons and even ice caves and also glaciers are really expressed in these smooth forms, and they are really what shows us and reveals information about what created these forms. And because our project is about flow and connectivity, we had to use unconventional ways of studying the form, both digital tools, but also things like ice were used in the process of design to understand how these forms take shape. So as I said, we started from inside out, and I wanted to show you this view where you're coming inside the museum, facing toward the Lafrac Theater along the 79th Street axis, where you can see, like as exhibited, some of the concepts about how the museum will reveal its collections and reveal what's going on inside. But it's also a place where we are using natural daylight and displacement ventilation through this atrium space to reduce our energy use in the building. I'd also like to call attention to the structure, because these are structural walls. They are holding up all the floors, and the forms that they have come from the gravity forces that are present, and we use those forces to determine the shape of the space. The material will be expressed as structural concrete, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later in terms of the actual mix and the design. But really, it's talking about expressing these structural forces. And if you walked into the museum and turned around and looked back, you would be able to see out toward the park. We were very interested in eliminating visual barriers between the inside and outside, but also physical barriers. This is a completely accessible entrance with a grade entry level accessibility, as opposed to many of the other entrances which are on steps and provide impediments to entry. So as we move to the outside, we were very interested in how could we pull that interior expression of structure from inside out. And that is what you see here. And we felt that we also observed when we looked at the historic architecture of the museum, and especially the adjacent Richardsonian building, this is what we call Building 8, with its Romanesque appearance, that in a way that building and that architecture captures that spirit of natural landscape as well, with its rounded arches and vaults and its turrets, and its very rusticated stone expression. And that was really interesting, because we think that our building in a contemporary language connects to that idea of connecting to nature. But also you will see in the next few slides as this facade expresses a kind of a layering and stratification, which is also in harmony with the neighbor because it aligns, but also it conveys this sense of purpose, with the museum being a repository of knowledge about history, of natural history. This view, I just want to mention, is shown without the street trees there. So these are the trees that are actually in the park that will be maintained. This next view shows with the trees like in spring and summer, the way that it will look, which is really screened, but we are excited about the fact that the museum will continue to be perceived as a museum in the park. And we were able to maintain, through modifications of our plans, this pin oak here, and then also this old elm. By modifying our basement plans, we were able to save those, and they will remain. So next, I want to zoom in a little bit more to the detail about the facade and talk about the exterior articulation. And so this is a view showing all trees removed, which we're not doing, but it just gives you a better look at the building and the alignments. The real concept for this was thinking about how materials are deposited over time in nature and these strata that build up on the picture on the left. And then on the right, an early sketch about, how we were really asking ourselves, how do we map this two-dimensional material across a three-dimensional facade and do that in an elegant way. So here's a view looking at the entry as you approach the building, and you can start to see the diagonal strata that are expressed there as you approach the front entry. And this is also the Milford pink that we were talking about earlier, and we'll get a chance to look at that in person in a second. So the stone pieces are used in this diagonal manner, although they are actually thick pieces of stone. I brought this sample today, but it's at half scale in terms of size, and it's less than half scale. The pieces will actually be 2 to 3 inches thick on the facade, and they will also contain the insulation behind them as they transition to the inside. Zooming into that a little bit more, you can see in the lower left we have the area that's zoomed into, and here you can really see how the faceting of the facade and the gentle curvature of the facade really plays with the light and shadow and will be a really rich texture that will be relatable to the human scale. And zooming in even further, this texture that you see on the right-hand side, we've used the thickness of the stone to actually create this faceted appearance, which even gives a zoomed in, even a fractal scale of play of light and shadow. So from the very zoomed out to the very zoomed in, you get a sense of this scale of the material, and we think that this is quite beautiful in its faceted form. So at this point, I'm just going to ask you to look behind the commissioners on this table, and I'll try to speak up. This maquette here is a small section that we made out of wood, because wood is a flat material, but you can see how it wraps around the curvature of the stone and the different way that we're working with the diagonals, and working with very sophisticated tools to achieve the three-dimensional quality that would not have been possible, in the past. So it's just a representation here of how the facade meets the window plane. And
it won't necessarily be a brick. These will be a continuous
right,
stone, just
a facet, exactly. Yeah. So it's a facet. So right here, you wouldn't have a joint. There's no more joint. Yeah, and then we have the staggered bond pattern, which also helps to make it feel more fluid and connected. And then if you can look at this sample, and I don't know if this table moves. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We could this is very heavy. I'm just going to pick up a piece and pass it around. So this is actually the Milford pink, and as I said, it is a fraction of the thickness, but that's the proportion of the pieces of stone that we'll be using. And it's quite beautiful, and it's, as Bill was saying, we found still available. It has a very dark black speckling in it that looks different with a different quality of light. And again, I think we were trying to connect this building to the building across the way, the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Building, which is on axis with it. So now the question becomes, and I will show you how we connect the outside material to the inside material of the structural concrete. And this is a really exciting experiment that we have been working on and have gotten it to full scale. So In the left-hand side, you see a plan of the curvature of the outside to inside. Of course, on the outside, we have different criteria. We have to keep water out, we need to provide insulation, and we need to connect to the neighboring buildings, the historic buildings. On the inside, we need to have a structural wall that will support those arches and those openings. But we still wanted this to flow from outside to inside, and you can see on the picture on the right-hand side, the concrete mix that we are working with. This is actually a concrete that's applied in a shotcrete type manner, but we've been able to design a mix. We've had many mixes, but found this one aggregate that helps really connect those two materials. So even though it's a structural material doing its own thing and being expressed as structure, it also provides a nice flow from outside to inside. So just one more time, the stone is sitting right on top of the concrete wall, so that's what the transition will look like. And then I want to zoom out and just show you more about the texture of the building, but also more about how it meets the neighbors specifically. We've been thinking of this building as an insertion into the historic fabric, so not faking continuity or anything like that, but really providing a distinct articulation, but alignments. These are the existing buildings that we are, building 8, the sides that we are connecting to. So from the front on the left, the side of the zoom into the front. So you can see the brick course on the left-hand side of the center picture here. The building that was expected to come here was originally expected to project outward. Because we are relating to the park, we're actually stepping back, so that will still be exposed. And this is the facade that will provide these connections, as you can see, on every level all the way up on the north side of Building 8. So zooming into these details in plan, you can see that we have provided a reveal that will create a shadow line of separation here between the two buildings, which is shown on the ground floor. The next floor up, our building, the Gilder Center, steps back further, so that reveal steps back further that way. And higher up, it steps back even further still, but the reveal remains constant. And then just to look at the connection on the other side to Building 17, this is the powerhouse here. This is the Westin Pavilion that will be removed. You can see kind of a similar strategy that they had in terms of connecting. We will do the same. We will provide this reveal and step back and shadow plan there. And then at the top of the building, just a comparison to the way that Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Building protrudes out from its adjacent building, but provides interest in, at the top of the structure, and similarly here, but we're stepping back in plan and providing this kind of alignment with the cornice on our building. And now I want to move around to the side and rear elevations of the building. This is the Rose Center on the left, and there's actually this connective corridor with glass and copper as seen here above the Ross Terrace. So this is on the north side of the building, and you can see the collection of many different materials here: copper, brick, precast, some of the materials that were mentioned by Bill in this elevation. And then this is looking the other way, so toward the powerhouse, and you can see again the copper, the glass, plaster, different types of brick all occurring on this interior of the campus. The campus is actually made of 25 different buildings, and they are really treated as formal and stone clad on the outside and many different materials on the inside of the campus. So this particular view, if I show with now the Gilder Center inserted, what we've done here is try to maintain the sun and light on the plaza, which is the Ross Terrace, by stepping our building volume back. making some continuity with the copper that's already there by cladding the lower levels of our building with copper, providing greenery and plantings on one of these step backs here, and then cladding the upper volume with a plaster. And this is a cementitious plaster that we are really interested in finding a mix that will work together with the other materials that we're using, like the Milford pink granite, and we think that we can use some of the fines from the production of the outside to be put into the mix to make that plaster something that really connects with it. At the same time, it's a more informal material happening on the interior of the campus, and we also wanted a material that would both kind of be able to help us express a little bit what's going on the inside, like this window, which is at the back of the hall, and also be light in color and provide a kind of a lighter and more sustainable kind of approach to the building with glass connectors on either side to its neighbors. From this view, as you enter the Rose Center, the 2000 building with under this arch, we're going to see a view of the building as it would show here, which is pretty far away, but I think works in quite well with the existing space. And now I'm going to turn it over to Joe to talk a little bit more about the park and its relationship to the historic district. I just wanted to say finally to wrap up that zooming way back out, the overall scale, we've talked a lot about materials, but the overall scale of the building was designed to really fit in harmony with the rest of the campus, respecting its heights, respecting its park plan. And we've mapped that whole facade along Columbus Avenue here with its opposite, which is shown in the upside down way, but that's exactly what's across the street from it. That has a wide variety of buildings from very small to very tall high-rises. But in the museum campus, we're trying to kind of maintain the scale and connectivity and relate to the park that's around it. Thank you. Joe?
Thanks, Jeannie. Good afternoon, my name is Joe James. I'm a landscape architect with Reed Hildebrand. And there are really three themes that we're focused on when we look at the park in relation to the building. The first is the seamless flow of accessibility at grade for visitors of all levels of mobility. The second is how the building sits back within the park and really reads as a building within the park, preserving this green gem at the end of 79th Street. And lastly, the relationship of the curvilinear naturalistic forms of the building and how it's expressed within the park. This is a view of the 79th Street entrance at Columbus. And here is the proposed view at 79th and Columbus. This design would create a much wider, more welcoming opening at the entrance of the sidewalk, while still expressing the continuity of park space moving across the face of the Gilder Center. This is the existing conditions of the site. Columbus Avenue is at the bottom. And this is now the proposed site plan for the Gilder Center landscape. The proposed site plan really extends the area of park improvements all the way to north of the Nobel Monument. And really have expanded this area to around 1.7 acres. Our designs have aimed to maintain that the essential character identified by the Commission with the curvilinear building that is both in and of the park, set in a landscape that maintains all of the familiar naturalistic forms of the park, its paths, its plantings. But regardless of the origins of the park's design, we recognize that our neighbors have come to highly value the park as an important community amenity, and that from the beginning of this project, we have been committed to working to maintain the current character of the park itself, including all of the specific recreational uses and the paving materials and the feeling of the park, the plants and benches. It changes the previous park design by separating out the uses of the park. So separating out the system of path circulation from the museum entrance and areas of gathering or respite. And it allows users to experience the notable tin oak and English elm. The conservation of these two trees, plus the additional trees that we're adding to the project and the incorporation of planted islands in front of the building, will really give this the feel that the building is set back within the park. This is an existing view of the Margaret Mead Green, taken just inside the fence line. Looking to the north is 81st Street. And this is the proposed view of the park. This enlarges a provision within the Margaret Mead Green, providing a paved terrace with seating that would be separate from the entry and separated from the path system within the park and the street. And this image is not showing fencing. At this point, we are still in conversation with Parks Department and the park working group to determine fencing. The view looking towards the Nobel Monument. This area currently acts as kind of a traffic circle with the Nobel Monument in the center of it. And by separating and moving the path to the east, closer to the powerhouse building, we're able to free up an area of gathering closer or off to the side of the Nobel Monument. Again, we're not showing fences in this view, but we recognize that it will be part of the discussion moving forward. And lastly, the Times capsule. This shows the existing plan and the proposed plan of the entire museum campus. On the left is the existing, on the right is the proposed. The New York Times capsule sculpture, designed by Santiago Calatrava, was a result of a competition sponsored by the New York Times to commemorate the millennium and to be opened in the year 3000. It's located currently on a terrace just outside the Westin Pavilion and within the footprint of the Gilder Center. And we are proposing to relocate it to a location, a new terrace, just outside the Rose entrance. And then this image shows the proposed concept for the new location for the Times capsule, set on a terrace with seating for gathering off an adjacent entrance. We've presented this site to the Public Design Commission committee level concept review, and so far it's been received favorably. We still have more work as we develop it in planning and design before an application to the PDC preliminary approval can be prepared. And now I'll turn it back to Ellen Futter.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to add that, so while we're taking 1/4 of an acre of the park and 7 trees, I hope that you can agree that it is appropriate with the building and the park together. We thank you, Joe, and I thank all the commissioners for the opportunity to present the Gilder Center for Science, Education, and Innovation. And we also invite you to look at the model of that as well.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have questions for the team? Okay, so what we can do is, why don't we take testimony, and then after that, there may be questions for the team. All right, the first speaker is Christabel Guth. And I'm sorry, the borough, excuse me, Christabel. Our borough president is here from Manhattan. She's here to speak. Yes, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. I am Gail Brewer, Manhattan Borough President. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of the American Museum of Natural History's proposed Gilder Center for Science, Education, and Innovation. By allowing for new exhibit and learning spaces, most importantly, with state-of-the-art technology and connecting them to the museum's collections and laboratories, as you heard, and I've been here the whole time. The Gilder Center will be a place where students, teachers, and families can come to see research in action. I find such places harder and harder to come by in our city, even as the knowledge and application of science becomes ever more important to our world and our economy. The Gilder Center is a significant step in advancing the museum's commitment to integrate scientific research and public education. The Gilder Center is also the product of collaboration, a lot of it, between world-class design professionals and the community throughout the planning process. I was part of the park working group co-chaired by the museum and Friends of Roosevelt Park. This group worked closely over many months, reviewing and giving input to the landscape designs prepared by Reed Hildebrand. This process led to a sensitive and considerate end product that minimized the loss to parkland, and I am a tree hugger, including the planting of new trees and rationalize the distinct uses of the open space. You all know me, I like old things and old buildings. Give me back nice brick and stone buildings over glass boxes any day. But the building design by Jeannie Gang of Studio Gang Architects, inspired by geological rock formations, and in a way paying tribute to the museum's study of the natural passage of time. I get it. I appreciate her vision and the use of stone. The Gilder Center will provide a new ADA accessible visitors entrance at 79th and Columbus, and 80% of the center will occupy space within the existing footprint of the museum. The building will reflect our contemporary period while being respectful of the historical context and become the focal point of the museum's western side, as you saw earlier. Use of parkland in Manhattan should never, never be taken lightly, especially in a place as well-loved as Theodore Roosevelt Park. But given the mission of the museum, its commitment to working with the community, and the thought and inspiration behind the new building and park design, I believe the Gilder Center to be worthy and appropriate to the historic character of the museum buildings and of the historic district. Thank you for your consideration of this testimony in favor of the Gilder Center proposal. And thank you, Landmarks Preservation Commission members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Borough President. I believe Councilmember Helen Rosenthal's representative is here to speak. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sean Fitzpatrick, Community Liaison for Councilmember Helen Rosenthal, who represents the Upper West Side and the museum. I've got a letter that she'd like to submit for your consideration. She writes, I support the American Museum of Natural History's proposal to construct the Richard Gilder Center for Science, Innovation, and Research. I believe that the museum has created a design that is appropriate to the historical context of the museum campus and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, and in fact will serve to enhance both. Community Board 7's resolution endorsing the design of the Gilder Center and the reconfiguration of Theodore Roosevelt Park is well considered and well reasoned. Furthermore, the museum has made good progress toward addressing concerns raised by the community, creating a design that fits more of the proposed building within the existing footprint of the building than was originally proposed, and working with a park design working group to mitigate the effects that the expansion will have on Theodore Roosevelt Park. I urge the Commission to issue a binding report in support of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take now public testimony. I just want to clarify, each person will be given 3 minutes, and the time will go off when your time is up, and I hope you'll all respect that. We'll first take Community Board 7, Jay Adolph.
Yes, thank you. Jay Adolph, Community Board 7, Preservation Committee. You have our resolution, which reflects overwhelming support on the part of the Community Board and the committees that were involved in evaluating this project. So I just want to focus on one of the things. We made a few recommendations, a couple of which are really more relevant to the environmental impact statement, which will be coming in the future, which we'll evaluate also. We held 2 very well-attended, very vocal hearings on this project. One by the Joint Preservation Committee and our Parks and Environment Committee, and one last week at our full board meeting. And as I said, the support for this project at the board level is overwhelming. There was community opposition, and for the most part, in fact, almost exclusively, the community opposition was focused on the issue of the diminution of a portion of the park. There was very little comment and almost no opposition to the park design or the design of the proposed building. As a result of this and an extended discussion, subsequent actually to the meeting, and I credit in this regard one of our board and committee members, Peter Sampton, who I think is familiar to many of you, for suggesting that the museum strongly consider creating public space on the roof of the new structure, something that's been done by many public institutions throughout this country and internationally. One that comes to mind initially is the Museum of Modern Art. This would have the effect on some level of mitigating the loss of the quarter acre of park space that the building will occupy. So our strong recommendation, in addition to approving the project, is in whatever form the commission deems appropriate, is to encourage the museum to work with your staff and see if such public space is feasible, and if it is, to strongly encourage them to include it in the ultimate design. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. There is and has been for a long time a point of view among professional preservationists that incongruity in an addition is a good thing. So while the stylistic approach of this application could be approved without going too far beyond the pale theoretically, one might still question the need for such an aggressive intervention, especially as the current facade design appears to be somewhat unresolved on its own terms. Many have been captivated by the attractive renderings of the interior, which, of course, is not what you are here to regulate. Comparisons to weathered canyons and melting glaciers have been put forward. Early in his career, Michael Graves issued similarly charming small renderings, San Luis Obispo or the Portland building. It was shocking later to see the reality of the built product in Portland, a lesson in the importance of small-scale details, materials, and quality of construction. Here, the idea of surfacing huge complex curves with relatively small flat pink granite tiles seems to be a leap in the dark. Perhaps it is unfortunate that the facade does not tell us more about the quite different organization of the interior space. But there is another issue. Apparently, many thousands of children are bused to this museum every school day and are now to be lectured at in classrooms in the new building, equipped with the latest audiovisual aids. If only some of this educational effort could be directed to 21st century satellites in or near the schools the children come from, it would be one way, and certainly not the only way, to reduce the bulk of the intervention further and to reduce the perceived need to sacrifice parkland and mature trees. Also, the park redesign needs closer scrutiny. Arbitrary changes on the perimeter will injure the roots of a mature tree, part of a row strategically placed by Gilmore Clark in the 1930s. I think you saw this in the overview. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kate Wood.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Wood, president of Landmark West. You'll hear in a little while from Sean Corsandi and his report on our C of A committee's feedback on the design. I'll just say that we have concerns. I want to start with the point that this is the first time that the Museum of Natural History has proposed to expand its footprint and to encroach on the public area of Theodore Roosevelt Park since the construction of the original Hayden Planetarium in 1934. So this is a big deal because Roosevelt Park is a public asset under the jurisdiction of the Landmarks Preservation Commission and worthy of preservation. It's located in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, and the 1990 New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission designation report highlights Roosevelt Park as, quote, one of the few parks allocated by the 1811 Commissioner's Plan. As the Upper West Side grew around it into one of the nation's densest neighborhoods, the park has been treated by the city and the community as multifunctional public parkland. The advocacy organization New Yorkers for Parks named it among the best parks under 5 acres. Perhaps most importantly, from a preservation standpoint, the very presence of a park surrounding the museum is a significant part of the essential human experience of the individual landmark and the historic district. So for these reasons, any addition converting public parkland into built space controlled by the museum must only be allowed in keeping with a coherent master plan. Without such a plan, Theodore Roosevelt Park is at risk of being erased altogether. And you realize there is no zoning for this site. The Landmarks Commission and the Parks Commission are the only real controls over what happens here. There are, of course, important precedents for master plans affecting landmarks. Another, even more vast institution in a much larger park, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in Central Park, established a master plan in 1971 as a condition to obtain city permission to build the Lehman Pavilion. Moreover, the Landmarks Commission routinely works with applicants to develop master plans in order to ensure cohesiveness in large projects that may be carried out over long periods of time, where a piecemeal approach would be detrimental to the landmark. The museum points to its 1874 to 77 master plan as a guide. However, the fact that this 140-year-old plan is largely not followed is a sign that it is irrelevant to the institution's vision for growth. No civic institution, especially the steward of a significant landmark on public parkland, has the unrestricted right to develop its facilities, no matter how noble the purpose. Any plan that does not set such limits is fundamentally inappropriate and should be disapproved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea Goldwyn.
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. We'd like to start by thanking the museum for the high level of public engagement it's undertaken, including the 3 meetings our Public Policy Committee has attended over the last several years. The museum has long shown a strong commitment to the evolution of both its programming and its facility. In October 1995, we testified on the Rose Center, the last major alteration to the museum complex. At the time, we looked to the LPC designation report and noted the description of an institution in which, quote, nearly a century of development and expansion is reflected in its growth and in the several architectural styles manifested in its facades. In supporting that proposal, we commented that change, growth, and reinvention is the very essence of the place. And looking through the lens of that same scope of history, we support this application as well, with one suggestion. We do not oppose demolition of the existing structures. Building 15 dates to 1904, and neither it nor 15A were included in the museum's 1967 individual landmark designation report, and only one is described briefly in the 1990 Upper West Side Central Park report. The Weston Pavilion was approved by the Commission in the same era as the Rose Center, and while it's an attractive complement to the older masonry-clad buildings, we found it something of a supporting player. We appreciate the formal approach to place the Gilder Center well within the context of the historic museum buildings, in particular where it lands at a site between buildings 8 and 17. The new structure's height, massing, and delineation of floors aligns with its neighbors. Use of the same Milford pink granite found on the Roosevelt Memorial Building with a slight rustication that recalls the 77th Street facade enhances these links. Studio Gang's distinct style for the Gilder Center with its undulating biomorphic form will represent the museum vividly for this era. Our committee did question one element of the proposal, setting the granite facade stones at the diagonal angles. Placing stones in horizontal coursing, typical of other museum buildings, would not, we believe, detract from the Gilder's contemporary character, but could make a stronger visual connection to the existing landmark. Finally, we were glad to see that the museum will be set further back into the museum complex, which would allow more of the park to remain open and would minimize the loss of trees. Thank you for the opportunity to express the Conservancy's views.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Crisanti.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Crisanti for Landmark West. Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee shares the following comments on the design. Like the 2000 Rose Center, the west facade of the proposed addition departs significantly from the traditional architecture of the landmark. The contrast itself is not inappropriate. In concept, the design possesses strength and beauty, even more so because, while striking, it addresses and defers to the landmark. For example, the proposed addition does not exceed the overall height of the existing buildings north and south. In plan, the proposed addition steps back at each touch point with existing buildings, and the proposed addition uses Milford pink granite, echoing the material used extensively throughout the historic buildings that comprise the landmark. We find other aspects of the proposal fall short of the design concept. The Milford pink granite does not carry into the interior of the proposed addition. Stopping short of the glass curtain wall, it downgrades to concrete inside. As a result, the building lacks the total quality of design integrity we expected from the original concept. Indeed, that we expect from such a prominent addition to a landmark of such stature, contradicting any comparison with the majestic Theodore Roosevelt Memorial marking the Central Park West entrance. The design quality also fails to extend to the east and north backs of the proposed addition. Whereas the Rose Center maintains the integrity from all viewpoints, the proposed addition presents a stucco-clad box that in no way relates to the canyon-like architectural expression of the west facade and interior. This proposal ignores the modest scale and texture of the existing building's backs or rear sides. Landmark West has also raised concerns about the impacts of this enlargement on the museum's footprint into Theodore Roosevelt Park that would have both on the landmark and the park, two critical public assets serving the Upper West Side community and beyond. We appreciate the efforts toward collaboration between the community and the museum to adapt and enhance the quality of the park landscape, yet some details remain unresolved. For example, the relocation of a 1930s Gilmore Clark designed granite pier that would unnecessarily impact the roots of mature London plane tree, forming the alley that defines the Columbus Avenue border. Questions of budget to maintain the lawns now shown as accessible in the project renderings. Where will they be financed from? Is fencing anticipated, and if so, what will it look like? And how will the World's Fair type benches and traditional B-pole park lighting be incorporated into the design? Finally, we reiterate our position that the museum must be compelled by you, the commissioners of the LPC, the Parks Department, and other agencies to develop a thoughtful, forward-looking plan, including growth boundaries to maintain a healthy, mutually beneficial balance between museum and the park. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Adler.
Hello, everyone. I'm Barbara Adler, the Executive Director of the Columbus Avenue Bid, speaking here today on behalf of my entire Board of Directors. The Columbus Avenue Bid, whose area includes the museum as well as Theodore Roosevelt Park surrounding it, is extremely supportive of the expansion plans. The new building is both striking and architecturally important, and one we believe will be a very impressive addition to the museum. The bid is also enthusiastically in support of the changes that will be made to the park, with a new, expanded entrance that will be more inviting and accessible to the 5 million visitors yearly, beckoning people to enter from Columbus Avenue for the very first time, while creating some wonderful changes to ensure enjoyment. Until recently, the Columbus frontage to the museum was viewed as the rear side. There was no entrance to welcome visitors, residents, or those shopping on the avenue. Now, this proposed addition, which fulfills the museum's current needs for necessary expansion, offers a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to integrate the museum with Columbus and the Upper West Side so as to make the new Gilder Center more approachable and prominent within this city-owned park. The bid has been part of the museum's working group to help flesh out the enhanced park design and entrance from Columbus Avenue so that it is most fitting to this world-class institution and the superb architecture plan for the site. We applaud the museum for being good listeners and responding to the community to meet many of the concerns that were voiced. Scaling back the footprint, saving trees, planting even more trees, and creating a better park than before. We urge the Commission to unanimously vote in favor of the Gilder Center, which will benefit our children, grandchildren, and future generations to come. The Columbus Avenue bid is entirely within the Central Park West Historic District and runs along Columbus Avenue from West 67th Street to West 82nd Street, of which a 4-block stretch is occupied by the American Museum of Natural History, the largest single component in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is pleased to have the opportunity to comment on the proposed expansion of the American Museum of Natural History, a venerable institution with a fascinating design evolution. Our committee neither opposes the demolition of the 3 buildings nor the concept of an expansion. We do, however, feel that some fine-tuning could help the new building fit in even better with its complex context. In its massing and scale, the proposed expansion along Columbus Avenue differs sensitively to the existing historic building, not rising higher than the roofline surrounding it and setting back ever so slightly to allow the landmark to stand out. Its contemporary approach is also deferential and appropriate as an expression of its state of construction. Our concern has to do with the relationship of the exterior to the interior program. The exterior facade makes a very literal gesture about what is found on the interior, an interior which itself is quite exciting. The idea of the exterior expressing the interior is a concept introduced during the modern movement. Our concern with its application here is that the historic museum stands as a fortress, not giving anything away about what is going on inside. In this way, the introduction of such a literal gesture seems incongruous. In some ways, the rear facade of the expansion is more successful in hinting at what is to come and at the same time mediating between the old and the new. We also wish to comment on the material choice for the Columbus Avenue facade. The way the stone is proposed to be applied produces a faux strata appearance that is, again, quite overtly referencing the interior design. While the approach takes inspiration from natural forms, those forms have an inherent plasticity that is impossible to produce with small-scale granite blocks. The texture produced by those blocks breaks up the intended fluid motion, thus diluting the geological-inspired sweeping effect. We applaud the architect and the overall intent. We feel strongly, however, given the talent of the design team, the importance of this institution, and the opportunity it presents, that more time and study is needed regarding the Columbus Avenue facade. Our hope would be to see the development of a solution that more effectively mediates between the building's interior concepts and the existing adjacent facades. We have no doubt that such study would result in a more nuanced and well-resolved solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Devaney.
Hello, Thomas Devaney, Director of Land Use and Planning for the Municipal Art Society of New York. The Municipal Art Society of New York finds that the proposed Gilder Center for Science, Education, and Innovation addresses the expansion needs of the American Museum of Natural History and the design of Jean Gang to be an improvement over the existing disparate assemblage of non-historic buildings that make up the west wing of the museum. We're also pleased with the 50% reduction of disturbance within Teddy Roosevelt Park from what was originally proposed. However, the interior is more successful in meeting overall circulation and programming goals than the Columbus Ave facade. The relationship between the overall character of this elevation and the rest of the building is unresolved on many levels: proportion, solid to void ratio, and material. The historic preservation arguments appear to be grafted on, neither surrendering to context nor asserting considered differences boldly enough. There is no clear rationale for the choice to reference the material of the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Hall on the opposite side of the complex. Applying a single variety of stone in faux geological layers seems the opposite of scientifically inspired. The West 81st Street facade is less troubling in terms of massing and material, though the distinction between what was once utilitarian and what is now a primary element is unclear. If the museum is in fact now considering the existing ad hoc northern facades of the complex as a more finished elevation, how might they interact with future expansion plans? Along those lines, we mentioned in our comments regarding the EIS draft scope of work back in April that MAS feels strongly that the museum must develop a well-considered master plan that sets out its vision, programmatic goals, and mechanisms for protection and improvements in Teddy Roosevelt Park, and accessibility for the entire approximately 18-acre superblock site. We feel the proposed demolition of the 2001 addition to accommodate the new Gilder Center is evidence of the need for a long-term vision. The museum has presented this project as being in accordance with the 1872 master plan, but no portion of that original plan has been followed since 1934. The 1872 plan should more accurately be discussed as the history of the museum and the evolution of its construction. Every large-scale public institution has the responsibility to provide a substantive, comprehensive, and current master plan. For an organization with a vital public mission, a current master plan would frame the requisite transparent dialogue about the museum's role and presence in the community. The absence of such a plan undermines the institution's public responsibility and trust. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lydia Thomas.
Hello, I'm Lydia Thomas. I'm president of Defenders of Teddy Roosevelt Park. We are a community-based organization we formed in July of 2015 by citizens alarmed at the American Museum of Natural History's proposed expansion into the park for the construction of the Gilder Center. We played a significant role in getting the museum to take 50% less parkland for its project, and participated in the redesign of the Columbus Avenue side of Teddy Roosevelt Park. We helped to preserve it as a unique gathering place. But while we welcome this progress, we still have serious concerns. We continue to question the 6-story structure, its monumental mass, its grand lobby, and it overwhelms this very small park's west side. It mars its fragile and intimate character. The Gilder Center needs an entrance, yes, but the museum feels that this proposed overscaled configuration is necessary to solve internal circulation issues. However, in the name of landmark preservation, we believe the museum should be told to reduce the project's bulk and meet its goals without harming the tenets of preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stuart Blumen.
Good afternoon. I'm Stuart Blumen. I too am a member of Defenders of Teddy Roosevelt Park. And following on Lydia's remarks, I want to emphasize that the museum and the park, in proper balance, form a distinctive cultural, historical, architectural, and aesthetic package. And that this remarkable museum in a park, a phrase used by both the architect and the landscape architect earlier, This remarkable museum in a park is at the very heart of the historic district. The park setting itself, with its magnificent shade trees, is integral to the character of the district. One might say that this museum in a park is the very heart of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The park also functions, of course. It provides a vital gathering place for neighbors, as well as for museum guests. It softens the impact of the museum's buildings. It provides the green terminus at the end of 79th Street, and it is a refuge from the clatter of busy streets in one of New York's most densely populated neighborhoods. Simply stated, if you lessen the parkland, you end up with less of a museum in a park. So we continue to express concern over the proposed structure's impact on the tone and texture of the park and of the historical district as a whole. We remain unconvinced that the museum has examined all reasonable ways to achieve their goals with a less imposing structure. We're convinced that if the museum were to re-examine its floor plans for the Gilder Center, it could, by reducing small amounts of space used for this function or that function, that it could pull more of the building out of the park and give the recovered open space back to Teddy Roosevelt. Then the expansion could come much closer to complementing rather than competing with the character of our historical district. We could still have a reasonable and fully balanced museum in a park if the building were made smaller, less imposing, and that's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gerald Alpern.
My name is Gerald Alpern. I grew up on 82nd Street in the 1940s, learned to ride a bike in Manhattan Square, as it then was, and have returned often since, even after moving to Brooklyn as an adult. I have seen the transformation of eroded, dusty, bare earth into a verdant landscape, thanks to the partnership of the museum, the Parks Department, and the Friends of Roosevelt Park. Since 2008, I have been a tour guide at the museum. The proposed new entrance building will be an appropriate and marvelous addition to the museum, the park, and the entire Upper West Side. The three existing entrances have each represented the best of the architecture of their times. The new one on Columbus Avenue continues that tradition. The present entrance there is a pallid echo of the one on 81st Street, but the new facade suitably balances the Roosevelt Memorial on the opposite side, thanks to the use of matching granite from the same quarry. It harmonizes well with the adjacent buildings, and its energetic sculptural form proclaims the strength and endurance of the institution. At the same time, the building is welcoming to visitors and neighbors alike, drawing them inside and involving them immediately in the magic, wonder, and excitement of both the contents and the work of the museum. The multi-level atrium will highlight its scientific and educational missions while providing a brand new entrance to match the classic Roosevelt Rotunda on Central Park West. From 81st Street, what is now a hodgepodge view of an interior architectural junkyard will become a unified, powerful presence embodying the energy and vitality of both the museum and the entire neighborhood. For local residents and casual passers-by alike, the most important improvement may lie in the enhancement of the enjoyment of the park, whether strolling, relaxing, playing, or simply enjoying the augmented tranquility of the surroundings. The museum has listened to the concerns of its neighbors and has significantly improved the design since its first submission especially in the reduced footprint of the structure and the enhanced layout of trees, paths, and green areas. For 140 years, AM&H has been an integral part of the park in which it stands. Throughout its growth, it has proved to be a wise steward and good friend to those who live nearby and those who visit. The new entrance building will carry forward that legacy into the remainder of the 21st century and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Regina Karp.
I'm from Community United, but I represent 4,000 petitioners who have written letters to the mayor asking him to reject this plan and to take, how about the budget that's already been put in, the money for this project was put into next year's budget before anything has been decided by this committee, by the Environmental Commission. Already it's in the budget for next year. It really makes citizens feel very disrespected. In the center of Manhattan sits parkland known as Teddy Roosevelt Park. On a quiet Saturday morning in springtime, it seems wonderfully at odds with its surrounding city. It pits rolling meadows against the city's sharp angles, grass against brick and black asphalt, winding paths against the unbending streets of New York's remorseless grid, into which it has been squeezed as if in a vise. On such a favorable morning, the park resembles nothing so much as a small, defenseless principality surrounded by a predatory empire, hostile to its spirit, covetous of its green fields, yet miraculously surviving nonetheless, a sort of municipal Liechtenstein. In the least poetical of cities, it marks the unexpected triumph of poetry over practicality, and a certain vague yet persuasive sentiment over the hard calculations of interest and profit. Teddy Roosevelt Park is a singular and beautiful, but almost crushing mission. It is to be all that the city is not. Its great creation is a paradox. It is only because its mission is so singular, so beautiful, and so gallant that New Yorkers have taken it to their hearts. And that is why, in the little principality, it still survives in the center of the Empire City. I hope this board will consider the citizens, the 4,000 citizens that have signed the petition to the mayor, and all of the neighbors in the community of the Upper West Side. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Faith Steinberg.
Hi, I'm Faith Steinberg. I've lived on the Upper West Side for 43 years. The American Museum of Natural History wishes to throw down seven magnificent trees in Teddy Roosevelt Park, which is in a historic district which was fought for. There are museums, universities, hospitals, which have annexes all over our city. Instead, the American Museum has chosen to build in an area which is already overwhelmed with never-ending buildings of high-rises, increasing traffic, and will spend thousands to demolish the existing buildings and, worse, encroach on a beautiful park. In this day and age of global warming, which the museum in no way acknowledges in their architecture and design plans to throw down these magnificent trees, and is totally irresponsible. There is no substantive reason why the museum can't build in another borough where there is a dearth of cultural and educational institutions, of which our area is abundant. The demolition and construction of this boondoggle will take at least 3 years and probably much longer, which will fill the area with noise and air pollution and traffic, causing great hardships for people who live opposite the museum and the area in general. The museum does need renovation. There's no reason why they can't do the renovation on the existing buildings, and because they need expansion, they can build in another borough. There's no reason not to. You are urged to deny the museum's proposal.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Prosky.
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan, commissioners, and members of the public. I'm Ben Prosky, Executive Director of AIA New York. On behalf of the New York chapter of the American Institute of Architects, AIA New York, and its more than 5,200 registered architects and associated design members, we would like to register our support for the proposed Gilder Center for Science, Education, and Innovation designed by Studio Gang architects. Studio Gang's design of the Gilder Center is consistent with the values upheld by the American Institute of Architects. The proposal confronts the necessary work producing forward-thinking architecture with respect and consideration of historical context. The AIA supports architects like Studio Gang who seize the challenge of doing thoughtful, contemporary work which respectfully complements historically significant structures such as the American Museum of Natural History and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The proposal successfully balances new ideas and design in a manner responsible to the surrounding buildings, neighborhood, and rich history. The museum and Studio Gang's continued commitment to working with the city and community to ensure its success is equally commendable. The AIA affirms an architect's duty to engage not only with clients, but with community members and stakeholders alike. Through their iterative process, Studio Gang's proposal has helped create a place that supports the community's values and communicates its aspirations while contributing to the expansion of a New York City institution. And on a personal note, as a child who grew up in Brooklyn, I enjoyed my trips coming up to the Upper West Side to go to the museum and to enjoy all that it had inside and its magnificent architecture. And I venture to say any facility that would continue to draw people from all over the city of New York to enjoy the entirety of its city and its facilities, including a wonderful architectural piece, would inspire more education and more learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ronald Schneider.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the most part, I'm simply a random member of the public that lives a couple blocks away from the site. But I came down here today because I do have a couple thoughts that I hope will be helpful. I came down for most of the morning, and so I was here for a couple hours and watched you deliberate and hear a dozen or so, whatever it was, issues come up. And I have to say, I have a measure of confidence from that experience that I haven't had before. I haven't come down here before, that in the actual deliberations and considering the building and things like that, you'll take a measured approach and you'll do your jobs well, and you're eminently more qualified than me to comment on those things. But nevertheless, I have a couple thoughts that I haven't heard raised in the presentations or comments that, like I say, I hope will be helpful. First is a concern. By profession, I'm an attorney, and I have had a client for which I handled a matter involving parkland. And as part of that process, I did a fair amount of research, but not extensive because it turned out the issue never got to a point where this particular issue was litigated. But based upon what research I did do, as long as something hasn't changed, and like I say, I haven't done updated or exhaustive, and so something may have changed, but there is a concern that I haven't heard addressed, which I hope has been addressed, but since I haven't heard, I figure better careful than not, and that's that diminution of parkland or use of parkland requires an act of the legislature. And I'm assuming someone knows this and has realized it, and it's been addressed or there's plans to address it, but it's something that needs to be dealt with if it hasn't already, whether it's something that needs to be done after the fact, if people are planning that, but it needs to be taken into consideration, unless, like I say, the law's changed and I missed something. Second thought is a idea or proposal that potentially deals with some of the concerns. I'm not 100% sure this is within the authority of your commission, but based upon the things I've heard, I think it may be. And that's that in consideration of the taking and the diminution of parkland, that as a condition of going forward with the proposal, that the museum be required to make a donation and set up a trust or conservancy, if you will, and fund that to preserve the remainder of the Teddy Roosevelt Park and deal with the things like some concerns that were raised with the maintenance and master plan. Such an entity could be used to make sure those things are dealt with, and it seems like a reasonable trade-off to take some of the parkland to then ensure the parkland that's left is maintained. And those are the two thoughts I have that I hope will be helpful.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Broomfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Broomfield, and I am co-founder of the Friends of Roosevelt Park. For more than 25 years, our mission has been the support of the park that surrounds the American Museum of Natural History. Over that period, we have been the only neighborhood organization that has consistently contributed money to the betterment of the park. In recent years, our annual contribution has been about $100,000 of the park's $250,000 operating budget. For us, the question is whether the taking of 1/4 of an acre of parkland for the construction of the Gilder Center is, on balance, reasonable and justified. For 3 reasons, we have concluded that it is. First, we support the museum's mission of advancing science and science education, and we recognize that the new facility will further that mission. Second, we consider this matter together with the construction of the Rose Center for Earth and Space 16 years ago. As part of that project, the museum not only replaced an eyesore parking lot with a covered garage, but constructed above that garage a terrace with trees and grass and a seasonal water facility, adding in a quiet and stunning environment, a spacious acre for relaxation and quiet enjoyment. By our arithmetic, the museum has added far more space than it now proposes to subtract. Similarly, it will plant more trees than it proposes to remove. Third, and most significant, and as noted by some of the prior speakers, the redesign of the park area near the Gilder Center has been refined by a series of meetings chaired jointly by the museum and the Friends and attended by representatives of our elected officials and community board, parks and other city departments, the Columbus Avenue bid, and various neighborhood groups, including the Theodore Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association and the Defenders of Teddy Roosevelt Park. When the first phase of our deliberations concluded this spring, most of the participants supported the revised park design. Our sense then is that the current design is responsive to the concerns of most of the affected constituencies. As neighbors and as the park's major private funder, we have concluded that the project merits our support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Moss.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm happy to speak on behalf of the support for the museum's project, and I speak on behalf of my two children, Adam and Alex. They have been constant visitors to the Natural History Museum for their entire lives. That would be 4 and 6 years, and they attend classes there 3 times a week. This has made them very, very interested in science, nature, and the environment. So, along with all their visits to to the museum, they also have a very strong need to run around in a park. And they have spent hours in both the museum and the park. So they are in a position, or as a museum family, we're in a position to have a look and say that, on the one hand, getting into the programs at the museum are very, very difficult. So they do need an immense and more space so that children like mine can enjoy and learn at the museum and at the same time play in the park. They've done both, and they enjoyed both, but I would say that we are in favor of the expansion, and we like what you're going to do with the new park. We think that's all good, and we are totally 100% in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tupper Thomas.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony on this topic. New Yorkers for Parks is a citywide independent organization which champions quality parks and open space for all New Yorkers. We believe that the center, as planned and presented to New Yorkers for Parks, will be a fitting addition to the museum's campus and to the surrounding park. We are pleased that the progress of the design for this expansion has incorporated community concerns and feedback, and we're especially pleased to see that this most recent revision of the design will impact less parkland, fewer trees than what had originally been planned. In response to community concerns over the proposed removal of 9 mature trees, 2 will be preserved, and the landscape around them will be better designed to enhance their long-term health. To make up for the loss of the 7 other mature trees, we're pleased to hear that the museum is committed to planting 6 new canopy trees and 13 understory trees within the park. This will, as well as, of course, the trees that will be planted throughout New York City. While some fencing will be required, we believe that the reconfiguration and widened entrance at 79th Street and Columbus Avenue will provide a more welcoming entrance to the park, while increasing accessibility overall. It is our understanding that the institution's original land grant agreement with the city was upheld in 1999, and the footprint for the new Gilder Center will fall within that original master plan for the museum. For these reasons, New Yorkers for Parks does not believe that this expansion constitutes an alienation of the quarter acre of parkland that would be impacted by this project. We're pleased to see the museum's commitment to the community and to the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? Right, there are no more speakers. I just want to add that we received letters from Van Allen Institute and Deborah Burke Partners, both in support, and the Commission also received several emails, both from people in opposition as well as from support. Maybe the team would like to respond to various issues that were raised. Yes.
We can do this briefly.
Okay.
If you have further questions. Bill Higgins. I think that the comments that we have heard really fall into 3 basic categories. One is about park loss, the other is about the master plan, and the third is about aspects of architectural materials and detailing. With respect to park loss, I think you've heard some very good testimony today. I have to say, in all honesty, that there has been some extremely poetic and impassioned discussion about what this park is and what it does. And as far as I'm concerned, as someone who's been very closely involved with this project, those words can virtually be a mission statement of what this project has striven to do and has succeeded in doing. We've looked very closely at what this park is about, how it functions, what its aesthetic is, how it relates to the neighborhood and to the buildings, and we have tried, I think quite successfully, to address all of those issues because they're all important. It seems to me that the only way these arguments really have force is if the commission decides that any loss of parkland, even the something like 2% that we are proposing, or the removal of virtually a single tree makes this inappropriate. I do not think that's the case, and I think that the design we've shown demonstrates very strongly that that's not the case. Secondly, with respect to the master plan, we have all thought about this very carefully in formulating the design and in anticipating comments. And so I'd like to actually read something that is the result of my own thought on this. The museum's buildings and site have been in a process of continual evolution for 144 years. That evolution has been guided by two documents from the 1870s, the master plan and, although I'm no lawyer, the statute which establishes this entire site as the site for the Museum of Natural History in a legal sense. But there have also been in that history substantial variations on that plan based on the unpredictable evolution of the museum's mission and its functional needs, and the even more unpredictable developments in the wider worlds of science, technology, and education. Throughout this nearly century-and-a-half process, the museum has done its best to work with the historic master plan, to respect and promote the well-being of the park, and to maintain a high level of architectural quality in everything that it has built. That is the museum's firm intention for the future. But to preconceive the forces which will shape the museum's future evolution now, and to devise at this moment one comprehensive master plan to respond to them all, is, I feel, neither ill-advised nor, frankly, even possible in any really practical sense. The principles and practices which have guided the museum in the past will continue to guide it into the future, and that is the best response which we or anyone can offer. Finally, I would ask if Jeannie wants to comment on this, but discussions about materials and detailing, the diagonal coursing, whether it is or is not consistent with geological principles, the issue of the granite going into the interior of the building, the issue of stucco being used on the side and rear facades. I think one thing that's really important, and again I mean this quite seriously, is that this is meant to be a work of architecture and not a geological model. Or a model of any other force or phenomenon of nature. It really takes natural phenomena, and it takes the nature of the architecture of this complex, and instead of copying any of those things in any literal fashion, it strives to create a functional, a symbolic, and a vibrant architectural statement. And I think that it very much succeeds in doing that. Personally, to encase the interior surfaces, which are structural, in granite, doesn't make as much sense aesthetically or otherwise as allowing them to continue to be expressed in concrete, which is harmonious with the granite, but which is not identical. And similarly, there's a history on the side and rear elevations of these buildings of using functional materials, more utilitarian materials. That to me would really work against using granite on those facades. And I'm speaking personally now, the idea of using something like brick there, it just doesn't make sense. I think what should be done is that a material that is in the same spirit as the use of concrete on the inside of the building. It is functional, it is a modest yet an honest material. It expresses the basic mission and character of this building. I feel that that is the right choice for material there.
Thank you. I'm sure the commissioners have questions. Yes, Fred?
I have one question. There's been so much talk about the park and alienation, et cetera, et cetera. Could somebody show us a picture of exactly what, is it the half acre, a quarter acre on a map so that we understand where that quarter acre is?
And the 7 trees.
Hmm?
And the 7 trees, maybe. It's the actual buildings, the new buildings.
Well, I have a purpose for asking.
Quarter acre of park. The quarter acre of park is back here. It's adjacent to the Westin Pavilion and building here. The trees are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Go to the
If you show the, yeah, it's the new building, basically, the front of it, and,
Yeah, I see. Okay,
see?
thank
Yeah.
you.
Welcome.
Yes, Diana?
I had another question, which I don't know if anyone has the answer to, but what is the total amount of park acreage currently?
Total park area.
In other words, you're talking around the museum, you know. Does anybody know? Landscapes, yeah.
17 and a half altogether.
Thank you.
But the unbuilt portion is
10. So it's a 17 and a half acre campus.
Right.
Super block, if you will.
Right.
And of the park, the open space is currently approximately 10 acres.
Correct.
Thank you.
Of which a quarter acre is proposed to be used for the Gilder Center.
In this area, yes.
A quarter acre of a 17 acre parcel.
Okay, is that what the 2% that you talked about?
Yes, it's
Okay.
less than 2%.
Okay, so less than 2% of the footprint of 17 acres is that correct?
No, it's
Of the 10?
of the 10. Of the 10.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
It's not of the footprint, but it's of the 10, okay. All right, other questions?
Madam Chair, would you
Yes.
provide a more detailed answer on the legal issue that was raised by the Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Davis.
I was wondering why.
My name is Gordon Davis. I'm counsel to the museum. My firm is Venable LLP. The museum and the park were established pursuant to state legislation in 1876. Under that legislation, among other things, it granted the museum the right to expand within the boundaries of what was Manhattan Square without seeking additional state legislative approval. So the issue of alienation does not arise in this context. I should add that the legislation has been challenged in a number of legal cases over the years. There was mentioned earlier the so-called master plan of the Metropolitan Museum, which was challenged in a case back in the early mid-1970s called Tuck, and the statute was upheld at that time. It was repeatedly upheld, most recently in a case challenging the Rose Center, which this commission approved, the new planetarium, where again it was challenged, and again the statute was upheld. So it's not just an old, ancient dead statute. It's a statute that has been challenged and repeatedly upheld by the courts, and it is a birthright of the museum. It does not mean that the museum will ever expand to the very boundaries of the park. The history, as Bill has described, is just the opposite, an attempt not to expand to the boundaries of the park, if you will. But that is the legal context for this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Any other questions? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. And we can move to discussion. But I just want to start off by saying that, first of all, the team did a very, I think, thorough presentation and helpful to us in its pieces. I know that the institution has worked for, I guess, several years now with people from the community trying to resolve a lot of issues, so I commend them on that. But I think one thing that hasn't been perhaps highlighted enough is part of the significance of this institution and our designation is, in fact, its cultural significance. And if you read our designation report, which is short, you could call it pithy, it does sort of speak actually very clearly about one of its greatest significance, which is this is a premier institution worldwide. And I think that's something that should be considered in our deliberation of this project. I think to me, it's very clear that the thrust of this project is, in fact, a furtherance of this institution as remaining premier in its mission. And I think another thing is just thinking about, again, the designation reports kind of does talk about sort of the evolution of this master plan and the evolution of this institution. And we think about this project, I think we should think and deliberate about how it fits within that evolution and how the Commission has acted in the past. And so the Rose Center, which was perhaps controversial at its time, but I believe incredibly successful, but there's commonalities about the fact that architecture, I think there's a recognition that different phases had different architecture of its time. And I think even the more recent developments, the Rose Center and now this before us, there was a shift where it expressed the building itself and its architecture as a contemporary form expresses what the institution holds within it, and if it's the pedagogy, then that is expressed externally. And so this building talks about that as well, and is, I think, in furtherance of that concept that continues to evolve. So I just wanted to say just a few things about that, and why don't we open it up for discussion? Yes, Fred.
I always have to talk first, but I'm here, ready to go. Yes, thank you for a beautiful, thorough presentation. One of the things that maybe I should have known about but didn't, thank you for bringing it to my attention, was not only the master plan, but the visualization of that master plan. And I, for one, thank goodness we don't have that Victorian pile sitting here on these 17 acres. I can't even imagine how the museum could exist in contemporary 21st century within that structure quite, but that was illuminating for me to see. And it leads me to my very quick thoughts about this, and that is that, and it's been said in the presentation, it was said in the testimony several times, the essence of this great institution, as others in this city also, almost necessarily, I would say, is excellent architecture of its time along the way. And we've had many examples of that, starting with the very first building and ending, I would say ending with the Rose Center, perhaps some of those other areas that are being taken down or even later, but I don't think of them as serious architecture. So I mean, that's what we're seeing here today. We're seeing a beautiful and brilliant, I think, example of a contemporary expression of not only of a building, of architecture, but a meaningful building. And for the first time, perhaps, well, no, Rose certainly does this, but this does it in a different way, where the insides, which is what the museum is all about, is expressed in visual and beckoning from the outside. So to me, this is a very exciting thing. I asked the question about the park and where that quarter acre was, because I thought this is where it was, but I just wanted to be sure. I mean, a quarter acre somewhere else on this campus perhaps would be absolutely unthinkable. But to take a quarter of an acre in and amongst those buildings, I mean, I'll be excoriated for saying this, but that's hardly truly a park experience in there now. So we're not taking that away. And what we're adding in terms of additional trees and much improved landscaping, to me, is certainly worth that quarter of an acre. I don't want to go on much more. I think, to me as an architect, as a design architect, I think it's very dangerous, at least I think so personally, to begin to intrude on details of another architect's very expressive, capable vocabulary, and I won't do that. I'm sure she's going to get it right, and if there's more development, which I'm sure there will be, she's going to get it right. I question just one thing, and we talked a lot this morning about the appropriateness or not of stucco, or even a synthetic stucco, on the back of a brownstone townhouse building in New York, and applied that in a general way to the rest of all the brownstones in New York. Well, I'm just questioning whether stucco is the appropriate material for the rear. But again, maybe some other kinds of cementitious material that can be spread or something could be worked out. And again, I have confidence that that will happen as the design develops. Let me say one more thing. All of my thoughts about this would not have been positive if the overall scale and massing of this new building in the complex had been any different than it is. If it had been higher, further out to the street, all of that had to be right before I could say what I've said. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana and then Adi.
I agree with Fred's remarks, and I just wanted to speak for a minute about the importance of protecting the landscape and considering also how future development might occur. I always think that is very important, but I do think in this case that the design presented puts the intrusion in the most appropriate area. And because it is set between the buildings, which, as Fred has pointed out, is not very usable right now in any case, and it's using the curvilinear forms and the natural materials for the buildings themselves, that it's very sympathetic to the park. Also, it's creating a larger Margaret Mead green, which I think is an improvement. It's moving the pathways closer to the buildings, which space is not as usable, I think, and that the green will now be more usable and more inviting. And it's using less formal and more naturalistic pathways and creating seating areas, including that by the proposed one by the Rose Center, all of which I think really are going to be an improvement to the public amenities and the natural landscape. The interior design also establishes a relationship between the exterior and the interior, and I heard someone criticize that, but I actually think that's a good point, and it's helping to establish a relationship between not only the exterior of the building and the interior of the building, but also the exterior landscape. With regard to the design in general, I think it's exceptionally well integrated with its neighboring historic buildings in the complex and the landscape through using the curvilinear forms and the natural materiality. And while I understand the rationale that was presented about using the stucco on the back, I really do question whether it's a good solution to change the surfacing, which I think is great on the front, and is just it's not really the backyard so much. It's quite visible in one of the perspectives from the courtyard. To me, it's presenting a primary facade almost in another location. So I feel like it should be perhaps more important, and I'm wondering what other members think.
Yes, Adi.
So first, I hadn't thought of it before Fred brought it up, but I think it would have been really interesting, and it's interesting to imagine, might have been interesting to see and to experience the entire Victorian heap of this master plan. But I am also really interested in the fact that it didn't go that way, and am very much a supporter of the ways in which the incremental design and construction of the complex reflected their era and their architectural vocabulary and programmatic interests. So I'm clear that a new work here on Columbus and at this entry makes all the sense in the world. I also am so excited about the idea that there will be a passage directly from Central Park West to Columbus. The idea of actually being able to understand all of that and to, in a sense, to get a sense of what would have been the master plan through that cut through the superblock is thrilling, and really will be a completely new way to experience this museum. And then there's the very compelling design of the design that is the interior at this point, this cavernous, extra tall, strange spaced experience, which I think is just so powerful and obviously really captured the imagination of lots of people and in the community and internal to the museum and beyond. It seems that the team, that the museum, the design team have tried so much to be good neighbors and to accommodate the needs, the wants, the affections of everybody that might be involved, and that maybe all of the accommodations have, on some level, led to some moments of kind of compromise that do not serve what we're seeing, the project, and what the project could be. And they are, for instance, or one, the incredible space that you've proposed for the inside. I'm just going to call it the space because I would want for it to translate to the outside, to the facade, that which is to say, the space that you've created on the inside means that you don't need to think about the exterior as a facade or a face, but that the structural system could articulate on the outside. Like an example I think about is the Colonia Güell in Barcelona, where Gaudi, conceives of this structure in funicular form, and that structure makes it to every inch of the thing and is not just confined to the interior. Interestingly, that Colonia Güell is actually constructed in units, in elements. It's not brick, but it's stone elements. And both the inside and the outside, the structure itself is expressed using that material. But again, back to the accommodation. So I'm not sure so the other accommodation that it seems you've made is you've needed to speak to the stone on the historic building, or that you've wanted to keep the kind of the horizontal lines of the adjacent buildings in terms of the ceiling and floor heights, or that you've wanted to meet the edges of the two buildings on the right with these slightly silly modernist reveals that, it seems to me that you don't need any of that, that the thing could be a concrete building, a concrete structure that lives as an object in its new site, where it it folds back into the interior, perhaps saves a tree or two in doing so, and speaks in all of the ways that it can and that it was intended to do. So I really commend the process, but I think it can be even more and doesn't need to make so many accommodations.
All right, other comments? Yes, Jeannie.
I'm going to be a little repetitive but add to it. And I'm sorry there was a lot of repetition here, so I'm sure you'll be patient with mine. First of all, having worked on, having been involved in a lot of public-private projects, of which this is one, because of what the institution is about, where your funding comes, because you're a neighbor to the community, I really have to applaud you for the good work that the museum and the architectural team have done to be as collaborative as possible with the community, with your neighbors. I happen to be a neighbor. I live on the Upper West Side. I think it's really important, and I do think that the result shows here. I think it's also very, and there's no way that it's possible to get 100% buy-in, but if you can get a high percentage of buy-in, which you seem to have done, I think you have achieved tremendous success, and you're well on your way to having a great project. I think it's also fitting that a Center for Science, Education, and Innovation would look to innovative and forward-looking architecture as a means to help you sort of meet the mission of what you're trying to build within this space and within the institution as a whole. So I have to applaud you for bringing on a team that thinks out of the box and for thinking about where you're going as an institution and using this move, this next phase of development in a way that will help you do that. I think the inspiration of the slot canyons for what you've done is inspirational and very smart. And it actually speaks again to the essence of the museum in so many ways. And this whole idea of, kind of stepping back and having these fissures through rock where light can come in and expose you to a magic and life and education on the interior was just a great idea, and I can see it in the shape, and I think it's just as it's incredible to walk through a slot canyon. I've done it. It's I can only imagine what it's going to be to walk on the inside as you enter this building. I love the fact that you're tying in that while you're making a statement about where you're going as an institution and where you're going architecturally, that you are tying into what the museum has done from a materiality standpoint, and that you are using glass in along with the stone to again open up the inside of this institution, which if you look at some of the other entrances are, that's the old way that institutions, cultural institutions and educational institutions have been built. This is an expression of how we want to of the move that many institutions and many architects are helping them do this, are looking to open themselves up more to the community and to the people they want to invite in. And it's very, that whole inside-outside feeling, you get it as soon as you actually, before you enter, because you've opened up the landscape in a way that makes it very inviting, and then The building is set back in a lovely undulating way. It's very understated, so it draws you in. And then once you're in, because of all that light from the glass, I think it keeps you in and will hopefully meet your goal of making the connections, which are now literally possible to be made. The final thing I want to say, which I've alluded to, and I think Diana also mentioned it, and Addie mentioned it a little bit, is that, you know, everyone's spending a lot of time talking about the outside of this building and what we think, but it's really about the experience that children are going to have when they, you know, hit the front of this building and they enter it. And my sense, from what I've seen in the renderings and also from the outside, is that they're going to have a ball. They're going to be entering this incredibly, not dark, creepy cave, but light-filled cave. And they're going to enter it gleefully and hopefully with, you know, an open sense of wonder and wanting to learn. So, congratulations.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Any other comments? Okay, all right.
Right.
No, just wondering if anybody else wants
Well,
to
no,
say anything, and then
I
I'll say
could
my
possibly be the only person in this room who thinks that the Rose Center is possibly the most unnatural thing in that museum. There are no hard edges other than the inside of a crystalline structure of a rock that are sharp-edged like that. And to me, the sensuous, sinuous, natural quality of this building is just heavenly. Now, someone was saying something about how it would be nice to have the stone continue on the interior, and I think that's completely wrong. There is something about the accommodation that's made here in using stone on the outside is that it's an accommodation to the surrounding buildings, but there is no reason. Between each one of those stones is a mortar joint. There is absolutely no reason to carry those mortar joints into this sensuous interior where now you'll be able to essentially feel the smoothness, the naturalness of those surfaces. I think it's fantastic. And the other thing, I'm not an anti-stuckite. The kind of stucco that we get pushed in our faces here is not the kind of stucco that can be applied to a building. And I think the use of the stucco here will be the same treatment as the interior. It will be sensuous and it will be beautiful. I love this thing.
Yes, Kim, yeah.
Mine is just a small comment, and I think it follows up with other people's, but I used to love to go to the museum as a child. And I had taken my children, and I go with my children still, some of whom are in their 30s. And I really appreciate the idea that we can find a path through. Because having gone for over 40 years or more, and I don't want to say my age, but it's been that long, I still get lost. I'm still wandering around, where's the whale? And wondering where is the, I do appreciate the organization and the openness, and having been to the Guggenheim like 3 times this year, and how closed in it is, and how, it doesn't really invite you in, though it's a masterpiece, it really doesn't invite you in. It seems the antithesis of this. I really appreciate the openness of this, and I think children will too.
Yes, Wellington?
Let me just complete the circle, I think, of, as the many commissioners have eloquently said, and I think this is completing the West Wing. I mean, I think it comes full circle, and I'm glad that the design is incremental. Having worked for the architect that designed the work on the original TWA building, very seldom do you see a design that's soaring, that's inspiring. I wish I'm a kid again, when this building opens. So I'm delighted that the design. I think that this is also very similar to the original Louvre design, where you need to put that guiding point in the middle, the axial completion. In the point, they completed the master plan by completing this east-west passage linking Columbus Avenue, which is very, very vibrant, to Central Park, one of the greatest park in the world. And I think this really completes the cycle. So I compliment the entire team. I know how difficult it is in New York City to get things done, and you bent over backwards and reaching out, and I'm glad to see the result today.
All right. John, do you want to say something? Okay. I just want to also reiterate many of the comments that were made today. I think this is a stunning piece of architecture, and I think it's going to be a wonderful, absolutely wonderful addition to one of the best institutions in the world. And I think the Commission can be very proud in approving a project like this. So it goes, I think, way beyond appropriateness. I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful. And I heard some interesting testimony. One said that, well, we have all kinds of new technology and how we can bring learning to people's homes. But we also heard testimony about just how it is such an important experience to go to a place. That's a part of being social, a part of being people who interact with other people within amazing spaces and architecture. And that, to have a building that will bring people here is, I think, historically just absolutely wonderful for this complex, but for learning overall. And so I really think those words resonated with me when I think about this project. So it's an incredibly exciting project. I think it's beautifully designed and thoughtfully designed. And just to say your point, yes, I think it's an interesting thing about an institute. I mean, this institution is a neighbor to a large community locally and even beyond that. And part of the mission is, in fact, to try and find balance and, I wouldn't say compromise, but just appreciation of different points of view. And I think that part of the beauty of this project and the sensitivity of the team is to think about some of these things and work within the architecture to address it. So, yes, it could have taken another form, maybe a form even more forceful. But I think it's quiet, but it's elusive, but it's attractive and draws you in. And I think that the choices that the team made to address some of the issues of the parkland itself, as well as how this fits in within this complex of very historic buildings, works very well together. And it is a sensitive balance. I just want to talk about one of the things that I heard from the commissioners about the wall, which is the northern-facing wall. And there are a couple of slides that we did see here. One is from within the interior, actually at the higher level, so it is visible. But around from the streets, it in fact becomes more of a background building. So I think for me, the choice is of stucco. I've never really been that repelled by stucco as maybe some of the other commissioners, but I think that choice, perhaps I'm giving sort of leap of faith in Studio Gang's ability to make those choices, but I think even in terms of its visual impact, it is rather subtle from the street itself, and as you move towards the Rose Center, it does become larger, but it does sit within a complex and set back significantly from the street. So I think the question is for the Commission whether we feel that we want to ask them to change the material, but I would suggest that they work within the refinement of the design to think about that material. And I mean, I think right now it's appropriate, and I think, as you had said, would actually work quite well. So they'll choose a good quality and I think it could work. Yes.
A minor comment, and having spent quite a bit of time in a major architectural firm drawing a lot of reviews, I'm an aficionado of well-drawn, well-detailed reviews. When the two surfaces meet, the choice between a review and not a review is major, so I will not give up on the reviews, with all due respect.
Okay, so I think we can move towards a decision. Yes.
Are we really?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Kim.
In the matter of 200 Central Park West, the American Museum of Natural History, an individual landmark. The application is to demolish 3 buildings and construct an addition. Sorry. Okay, previous actions. I note that the American Museum of Natural History was established in 1869 to encourage the development and study of natural science and to furnish popular instruction and recreation. It was constructed between 1874 and 1935 by multiple architects and featuring a variety of styles reflective of these time periods, including the South Central Wing, Building 1, a Victorian Gothic-style building designed by Vaux and Mould and built between 1874 and 1877. The Romanesque Revival-style Central East and West Wings fronting West 77th Street, designed by Caddy Berg and C, and built between 1889 and 1900, with a wing at Columbus Avenue designed by Charles Volz and built between 1908, and a wing at Central Park West designed by Trowbridge and Livingston in 1913. The classical style Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Building, Central Wing, Building 12, designed by John Russell Pope, Trowbridge and Livingston, and built between 1931 and 1934. And the classical style Oceanic Hall, Building 19, designed by Trowbridge and Livingston, and built in 1931 to 1933, as well as additional buildings at the complex, including the original power plant, Building 15, a Romanesque Revival-style building designed by Charles Volz and built in 1908, and a number of functional utilitarian-style buildings, including the lecture hall, Building 7, thank you, designed by Caddy Berg and C, and built in 1899 to 1900, and the Hall of Ocean Life, Building 10, and the Southwest Court Building, Building 11, built in 1924 to 1928, the African Hall, East Transept Building, Building 13, built in 1930 to 1934, and the Powerhouse Building and Service Building, built in Building 17, built in 1930 to 31, all designed by Trowbridge and Livingston, and the Hayden Planetarium and modern style building designed by Trowbridge and Livingston and built in 1930 to 31 that was replaced by the Rose Center for Earth and Space, and a modern glass stone brick building designed by Polchek and Partners and built in 2000. I also note that the master plan designed by Vaux and Mould and later updated by Caddy Berg and C featured interconnecting buildings following a rectilinear plan with 4 central courtyards and monumental entrances north, south, east, and west sides. However, by the early 20th century, buildings began to be constructed within the proposed interior courtyards, thereby deviating from the master plan, and the buildings at the north and west sides were never constructed. I recommend approval. Finding, that the areas of demolition are only a small percentage of the overall complex and consist of only support buildings which provide services for the more significant components of the complex, that the two early 20th century buildings to be demolished, 15 and 15A, were not among the more unique or elaborately designed components of the complex or planned to remain visible from public thoroughfares as outlined in the original master plan for the complex, and are highly altered and significantly different in overall appearance and complex from their original condition. That the simply designed 20th century Weston to be demolished was not integral to the overall design of the Rose Center. That the removal of portions of existing buildings to remain will be limited to the minimum amount necessary to connect the new addition to the historic buildings to remain, and will not remove any portions which were planned to be visible from the public thoroughfare. That although portions of the facade will be removed, were designed to be viewed from central courtyards within the complex, the courtyards were never fully realized, with additions occupying much of their planned footprints. That the proposed demolition of the existing buildings and construction of new addition will facilitate achieving certain primary objectives of the original master plan of the complex, including creating a large entrance of architectural dignity and strength at the eastern facade, supporting the strong cross-axial relationship of the complex and improving the circulation throughout the complex. That the proposed glass connector linking the new building with the existing historic rear facade of the oldest building in the complex, Building 1, will only connect at the lower portion of the facade and will not conceal significant features of the historic design facade. That over time, the new additions to the complex have varied in style and materials and not rigidly followed the footprint of the original master plan. Therefore, the designs, materials, and footprint of the proposed addition will not diminish unifying features of the complex. That the placement, height and massing of the proposed addition will help support the harmonious gradual transition between the adjoining neighborhood buildings facing Columbus Avenue, which are set at different distances from the property line and feature different floor heights. That the addition will feature simple notches where it will connect with existing buildings facing Columbus Avenue, utilizing a detail used historically at this complex at the interconnection of buildings and supporting the identity of the complex as an assemblage of separate structures. That the undulating forms and the massing of the addition will reflect aspects of the geological formations, a literal and abstract reference to the purpose of the museum, and recall in a contemporary way the robust curved forms used at some of the prominent buildings in the complex. That the Milford pink granite, matching the historic masonry at the Central Park West entrance in terms of material, finish, and primary rectilinear form of the units, but featuring smaller size units, following the curving form of the addition with subtle shadow lines revealed by the curvature of the facade, will maintain a subtle connection between opposite ends of the axis and recall the level of articulation and variety of details of the historic buildings in the complex. That the large expanses of glazing at the proposed addition will be in keeping with materials used at a more contemporary additions and more buildings in the complex will support the addition's identity as a primary entrance to the complex, and with its grid pattern will help maintain a level of articulation and scale that is harmonious with the remainder of the complex. That the north and east facades of the proposed addition will only be visible from public thoroughfares, from selected views, from surrounding parkland, and will be well scaled to the surrounding complex in these views. That the north and east facades of the proposed addition, utilizing more subtly curved forms than the west facade and the light gray exterior plaster finish, will maintain a stylistic connection with the addition's west facade and be compatible with the mix of materials and finishes and more simpler detailing of the surrounding portions of the complex. That the alterations to the below-grade portions of the west facade of the historic southwest building in the complex, Building 8, and the creation of a new vehicular entrance at the adjoining rough-hewn brownstone remaining wall will limit the removal of historic masonry to the minimum amount necessary and will be compatible with this utilitarian portion of the complex and barely perceptible from public thoroughfare. That the changes in the pathways will be consistent with the surrounding pathway system in terms of materials, finishes, and curvilinear forms, and will maintain the prominence of landscaping at the site. That the relocation of the late 20th century time capsule sculpture and proposed benches will be compatible with the site. That the removal of mature trees will be limited to the minimum amount necessary for the construction of the addition and will not significantly reduce the number of mature trees in the park. That the cumulative effect of the work will result in physical articulation of the museum's full integrated mission of science, education, and exhibition that will provide visitors with cross-disciplinary exposure to the natural world, and that the work will enhance the special architectural, historic, and cultural significance of the American Museum of Natural History Complex and Upper West Side Historic District.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved, and we'll send a binding report.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.